Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the National Esports Collegiate Conference Rocket League night here on Friday. I'm your host, Bearlight, joined by a new caster here at the NECC. It is Squillis. Squillis, welcome to the stream. How are you tonight, man?
Thank you. I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Can't complain. Can't complain. When it's Rocket League night, you already know that I'm hyped. We head over to the Emergent Central Atlantic Division first to kick this off, and I'm excited to see these two teams in action because both teams off to a hot start at the 1-0 mark rate so far. So Montgomery County, again, the Mustangs at 1-0 with the 3-2 count in their first matchup, and they're going up against Mount Aloysius, who is the same count, right? So both of these teams pretty fresh coming in.
It's going to be good if they're playing the way that they've been playing, and they're both going to get some late series games. Hopefully, we'll see a game 5.
Yeah, that's definitely the goal. Love those close matchups for sure. Let's take a look at the lineups now. Moving into Montgomery County Community College, we have TRP, Amin Keen, and Koboshi coming in here to round out their roster. Sophomore, and freshman. Some pretty young talents here. Rocket League is kind of interesting in the way that most of these students who are on the younger side have that skill level in Rocket League. But they do also have a bit of a mentor there, too. Obviously, their coach there, but some of that experience and being around the collegiate scene can definitely help. But to have these young players that are talented, definitely things looking up for Montgomery County. And the same can be said for Mount Aloysius. Take us through that, Schoolis.
For Mount Aloysius, we have got XMJS, we've got Rare Hybrid, we've got Lionel Noel, and we've got a sophomore, freshman, respectively. So another younger team, same sort of grade lineup, and like you said, it's my collegiate team. At least we're all on the underclassmen side of the school, and it's nice to have some older people to help mentor us through as like you said, coaches and stuff. But it's definitely easier when you're younger to play Rocket League for sure.
Yeah, it's for some reason it's the mentality. I think it's just the speed of the brain. Mine slowed down since becoming over 30 years old. We don't talk about what the exact number is, but
hey, I'm not gonna ask.
But you have that collegiate experience, so let's talk about that a little bit because for me, the hardest part in esports in college was really balancing the two, right? Balancing classroom work and of course the gameplay too. So it's kind of tough for some of these players, as you see we head into game number 1. But talk about your experience at the collegiate scene. First goal is going to be the MJs. So Mount Aloysius starting off pretty quickly.
That was a quick start for sure. It looked like Noah was going to go up for that. He went back down. MJ is just going to get a bang out of corner right into top right, and it's going to be the first goal going to them. 7 seconds in.
That's a quick start. Right out, ready to play too, and that's the start that you definitely dream of here too. As Noah looking to build off of that. As he's got plenty of room to work with on this side. Took a shot to the far post, but could not quite finish. As now MJ couldn't connect, but luckily he's got Noah and Hybrid there in support.
Yeah, Hybrid's definitely got a better play on the ball there. Sealing it from his teammate just a little bit, cutting him off. We got a big bang from Wimpy getting it down the field.
Yeah, he definitely hit that with some power. And now trying to get that extra touch, but now everybody's committed forward here for MCCC, and they can't get back to it as David off the back line as well. Was that defense? Mount Aloysius looking really good to kick things off.
You can't ask really for a better start to a series. Up 2 in 40 seconds is for sure a great start.
And oh man, they kicked things off. They were on a mission, so it took 5 games in their first series. But they're looking to finish off a little bit stronger. Maybe get a 3-0 here if they can. Obviously, it's super early in the series to be saying something like that. But so far, so good for this team for sure. As now they look to combine on another one here, too. A couple of touches, but it will be eventually knocked out of the zone by Amin Keen, who will look to stay on it here. Tries to fight there in the corner. Hybrid thinking he has time, but he left it there in the slot. He shot there in the first real chance from Montgomery County, but unfortunately, it's off the mark.
He's going to have to go up for this clear. He knows one's jumping. Both his teammates are back. He stalled for time really well right there. One miss there is going to be huge for him. He might actually get a scoring opportunity here. Oh, he misses the demo. It's going to go left.
Yeah, just a little bit off. They'll look to try to force their way out. A good dunk, though. And now it's left there, and they just can't find the net. That's been a couple of times. Now in transition, MJ tried to play the 50-50 as well. Luckily, MCCC, it didn't hurt him too much on the counterattack there, but definitely an opportunity there on the offensive zone they let go by the wayside.
It looks like Mountain College is for sure keeping a lot more. There it is, the pressure up. They're not letting MCC get out of their side of the field at all.
Yeah, they had the one opportunity in Montgomery County. When you're only shown a few real chances, grade A chances like they had, you have to take advantage of that because Mount Aloysius is not going to allow you to have that time, right, in the offensive zone. So in that aspect, you have to take advantage of those. They didn't quite do that. Off the kickoff, they looked to build on more. Could not quite find the shot there themselves, and so Montgomery County allowed the chance to finally get out of the zone for a breather, but it's only temporarily as Mount Aloysius back out of the zone, and it's been pretty dominant here as most of the time of possession has gone the way of Mount Aloysius.
For sure. They're definitely a much more aggressive team. Their rotations are a little bit cleaner. The last man is always there waiting in mid with boost, ready for the clear, like right there even. He just grabbed that mid boost, cut mid, and he's ready for that 50. They're just playing better positionally so far in this first match.
And then a little bit forward there too, trying to get that shot, but right there in the slot, met by Kobe there, but Noah tries to get out, but another demo, and Kobosi rather, gonna try to play past one, could not do it. So Noah back out, looking at a free net here, and so they're able to tap it in. And that'll happen, right? When you're down 3-0, Montgomery County trying to pursue and move forward offensively, but they just got caught sleeping here.
For sure. I think this is a second or third goal where they've all just been caught on the other side looking for passing plays and just don't connect, and they leave net wide open to score on.
And unfortunately, Montgomery County, they've had a few of those opportunities. They just haven't been able to connect. This could be a really good opportunity too, but Wemby, again, he met in the air by Hybrid. He tried to transition back down because he tried the double touch after the dunk. Imagine he put that through. That would have been quite the highlight.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah, sure. Especially in the Merchants division too. Like, there's pure talent down here.
For sure, yeah, definitely. I think a lot of these guys, like me myself, I've gotten a lot of like opportunities and stuff just from playing at a collegiate level. It's super nice. I mean, people are definitely watching.
That's absolutely true. Mount Aloysius trying to get out. Finally, some established presence here from Montgomery County. In fact, that passing play was there too. The shot was just a little bit high as the pass was high, so it was tough to kind of get back and make that adjustment. But at least you're a little bit of life here from Montgomery County.
They're keeping Mount Aloysius on low boost in the back of their field, which is they're gonna lead to probably an easy goal eventually. Was what I was about to say, but they cut me off before I could get there with Wimpy banging it bottom left.
Yeah, and Amin King created that play just by a bouncer, right? Don't overcomplicate things, especially when, the other team has your number possession-wise. That's when you got to keep it simple. Just try to go from A to B, a.k.a. from your car into the net, right? Create a play, get a bouncer, and keep it simple. And another one.
Ooh, just barely off. Speaking of simple, that was just jumping in the air, holding back, and holding boost.
I love to see them working and being creative, right, and finding the solutions here. That's just a sign of a well-coached team when you're basically getting bodied and dominated for the first little bits, and then you're able to answer with a lot of chances here themselves. It's down under a minute, but a little bit of momentum swinging. In fact, that's a great passing play, too. Amin Keen with a great pass from Kobo as well, and make it now 4-2.
Whenever that lurking strategy where you stay up pays off, it's always so nice because it's so risky when your teammates are two back getting peppered with goals, but you're just waiting for that bang. It's always so nice when it pays off.
Definitely. And I feel like they've been trying that for a while now, and they got caught upfield quite a bit, but they've been able to find it. When those passing plays are connecting, if they can continue to connect that throughout the rest of the series, I'm actually going to favor Montgomery County in a way because you have to find a solution. Now, that being said, Mount Aloysius, a very strong team mechanically. It seems like they've definitely got their passing plays as well, but I think Montgomery County has shown some life and definitely the majority of the momentum here with the last minute play.
For sure. I mean, playing in the collegiate scene, I've seen teams that like Mount Aloysius will start like 5 games up and then lose, or five goals up and then lose the series, just because that other team needs to get warm and be playing with each other a little bit for it to start kicking in.
Now
there it is.
One back here. Mount Aloysius able to get one back. So, I mean, here's the debate, right? Does that kill the momentum that Montgomery County had? Or is that just a one goal saying, hey, we had a freebie here, if you will? Does that kill the momentum for Montgomery County? Because they got 2 in a row and they look strong there towards the later half.
I don't think that kills Montgomery. I think the only thing that does is make Mount Aloysius feel a little bit better because they just gave up 2 unanswered after the first 3 minutes, so they let them warm up a little bit. Their mental, I think, would have been worse off than Montgomery's if this game had ended 4-2. So I think Mount Aloysius will be fine. They will go into the next game warm, knowing what they needed to fix, and MCC will they'll be able to, they'll now if they didn't score, they would have been a little worried, but now I think that they'll go in confident fine for the next match.
Agreed. I think it's going to be a much closer series than what we thought it was going to be in the first 3 minutes. Shout out to MJ, though. A very quiet hat trick there, if you can, if you will. Because I don't know. It seemed like they're very fundamental, and they were able to just take advantage of mistakes, so it was less highlight worthy, right? So I think when you do all the little things right, you find success. I think that's why Mount Aloysius got off to this 1-0 start in the series. They've been looking pretty strong right off the get-go, and to get that last goal there as well to move into game number 2 definitely does them huge favors.
For sure. I think when you have a team where all 3 of them are individually mechanically solid, and they all know when to punish, versus a team that are not maybe not as mechanically solid, but they all play together really well. I think that always leads up to interesting matchups because you either see like that redirect goal over the top of that last defender was really nice, or you see like 3 wide open nets get scored.
Definitely. So you're a coach here, and your team just lost 5 to you, but you were feeling yourselves pretty much. Go through it with me, because I know you played collegiately. So what is your coach telling you at this point to say, hey, we got to get back in this and really, step up? We saw that there was some momentum shown. What else is he telling you to try to get you back into that mental space?
I think first man needs to be coming back sooner than he is. We just need someone back. We keep just letting these open nets go in. First man needs to get in, do his job, get back out, rotate back. That is what I'm telling my team after that game.
Let's see if they can make the adjustments here in the game number 2. That's a quick shot off the bat. And Mount Aloysius doing what they did in game number 1. Off to a quick start, gets the first goal, and it didn't take long either. 16 seconds in, a 1-0 lead.
Just unfortunate on that save there. He lost enough momentum for when he jumped it him to be too slow. If he had kept going, he could have hit that, but it's always hard to read those.
Yeah, it can be tough. Always got to be present in the moment, but also coming off a play directly. Never can become a spectator. I don't think they really, were out of the play completely, but have to stay in it from start to finish. Is that one a little bit loose? McKean going to clean up for Montgomery County. Back up for it, though, already is Kobo. And now, instead of challenging the back line where MJ was, it looked like Keen peeled off a good opportunity by the wayside, too. A shot for Aloysius, but a little bit off the mark, too.
They still have the pressure, though. There's one demo. That's going to be huge for them. Now they can transfer. One is mid, ready for his shot. Another demo. Where's the third one? There he is. Unfortunate. Ball's just too close to the wall for that to go in.
Yeah, a little bit off. But they hold. I mean, now Aloysius has been pretty much pinned in their own end here for the last 20 seconds or so. They'll try to get the clearing shot. But Kabosi able to get to it as well. Hybrid now on it. Left here back while they play. It looks for MJ. Try to flip it over one, but couldn't quite get it past them. And so now Montgomery County gonna press in. Again, you talk about good rotations and a third man. They've had it. The shot, the follow-up high. Now another one, and they break through. Wimpy. They would not be denied. That was relentless from Montgomery County.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. Wimpy had gone from corner to mid, turned, and then he was ready for that unfortunate miss, but he was ready for it, and he was able to get it for his team.
And that's what you want to see. That rotation is exactly what you talked about, right? Having somebody back, but at the same time, I mean, you don't want to play too defensively, right? You fall back for that 100 boost in your own ends, and then suddenly you're allowing the other team to jump on it. I thought Montgomery County did a good job to play how they like to play, which is forward, try to trap the zone, and they were able to really get 3 or 4 chances back to back to back, and that was one of the big reasons why they were able to break through. They're going to try to break through again here as Wimpy will be on the call for him, but couldn't quite get to it now, but they still will pop it high above the net. It'll allow Hybrid to try to jump on it here. And they played to the box, but good recognition there from Noah to play back and get that touch out to the side wall. So no harm done quite yet here against Mount Aloysius. Now the counterattack, and it's just like game 1. They allowed the chance, and now a 2-1 lead for Mount Aloysius.
That last guy, I don't see the name. He was stuck up on the roof on their side, and instead of turning, he went to go all the way around. And if he had turned, there's a better shot that he could have been back.
Yeah.
Just had a purely rotational seeing from MCC.
Definitely, and after I just praised it too, right? They want to trap the zone, but it works when you're doing it correctly. but that's why you have to be able to execute on a regular basis in order to pull a strategy like that off, you know?
For sure. And it's always easy to, like, once you see something score, you can kind of stop thinking about it. You can kind of go back on autopilot a little bit. And I feel like that's probably what just happened. They scored off their really nice, clean circle rotations, getting back ready for the next pass. And then they gave up something because they went back to what they were doing last game, which was the exact opposite.
Well, now pushing forward. Off the corner, already upward is Kobe. Oh, almost had it.
Right open net.
Still waiting. Yeah, nothing they could do there. Unfortunately, just out of position enough where they couldn't find the angle. And that'll be left for MJ. Now has plenty of room in transition. The bump will definitely free up a little bit of space as well. Hybrid misses this one, though. It won't matter as they still keep the pressure on. And that's one of those situations where Montgomery County just kind of hanging back a little bit too far. They can't find the balance between being too far forward or being completely back. And that's allowed Mount Aloysius to keep some offensive pressure. As MJ pulls back, tries to hold the shot, it's there, but a good job in rotation from Noah there. As Mount Aloysius tries to get out of the goal line, it bounces around, pinball, and they somehow get it over to the corner. Man, they got away with one there.
They did, but that is exactly what I was talking about when they cleared it back down. Oh, well, they score anyway, but that goal was saved because someone had already come back around, unlike what NCCC has been doing consistently, which is leaving one way too far up. But it paid off for him anyway, a bit of a double commit, but I guess when it's on goal line, there's a little hurt to that.
Yeah. Kobochi steps up at the right time, for sure. I mean, it's a matter of time, but Kobochi's been doing great things. But to finally find the score sheet is good to see. But now, Mount Aloysius try to answer back. They've done that so many times after Montgomery County has gotten a goal. This time around, they were able to keep it out here at least temporarily. Although Hybrid was back up to it. A good touch away to the corner from Kobochi again, who has been making a lot of good plays here, but that's a good read from Noah. They'll turn it around. Hybrid, the shot. Can they get back? No. Again, Mount Aloysius allowed the chance to jump right back on top with a quick answer.
Yeah, MJS got a really good demo while he was still up, and that he just couldn't spawn back in time. And he got a nice touch back down mid, and it's just in. There's very little you can do about it.
Chat, how we living? Love seeing the support there. Thank you so much for tuning in here on a Friday. There's a lot of other things you could be doing as well, so spending it with us has been excellent. Love you all in chat.
What would you rather be doing on your Friday than watching Rocket League? Be
honestly, yeah, I was speaking to, all the people in chat who might be doing the wrong thing. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, good. I'm just making sure.
NECC is the place to be here on Fridays. We appreciate you all tuning in. Kobochi. So many good plays here. Down to 12 seconds left, though, so they need to push here. And that's not good, as the demo is going to be leaving one person back. A good clear, but right into the hands of Mount Aloysius. As now they'll have the opportunity, though. And now the shot! Oh, it was on the goal line. They could have had it. But they could not quite break through. Mount Aloysius gets away with it. They're now up to a 2-0 lead.
It was a really good game, though. It was a lot better than the first game. And if this trend continues, then there's, I think, a good shot that MCC will take this next game.
Yeah, exactly. They've been, working up to it a little bit. I think there's a good chance that they get there, but they've also kind of dug themselves a hole just by a little bit of mishaps, right, in the rotations. They clean those up, and they can challenge this team all day long. I think the good news for them is, even though it will be a tough battle here in the series, number one, there's an opportunity to come back, but number two, it's early in the season, right? You already have the 1-0 record. Obviously, you want to go to 2-0, but even if you can't get there, at the end of the day, this is another team that challenges towards the top of this division in the Emergent Central Atlantic. So you're not panicking. No red flags thrown up for me from Montgomery County. They have a lot of talent. We've seen them be able to really execute on a lot of the plays they drew up from their own end. It's just a matter of being able to execute that a little bit more frequently. Once they raise that percentage, I think they have a lot of promise here, Squillis.
I think both teams do. With it being this early in the season, both teams are playing really well. Like, from what I've noticed playing collegiate, the first, usually the month, everyone's playing very loose. It's not really like tight together. And that could be the explanation for their rotations. It's just early season nerves are getting to them. They just haven't scrimmed enough, whatever. It could be a new team comp. But once they get in, I think both of these teams have a lot of potential for sure.
Yep, no reason to tune out now. This is going to be one that will be super close, whether it be ending in 3 or in 5. Maybe even in 4. One way to find out. It's to head into game number 3 now. And Montgomery County, rather, is off to the quick start, trying to challenge Mount Aloysius. I think the one thing they haven't accomplished here in this series for Montgomery County, it's scoring the first goal, and they're trying to get it here right off the bat.
Aloysius is really good at playing like a tight shadow defense, where they keep close 50s to their net. They keep things in the corner a lot. They're really good at handling that goal line defense, a lot better than MCC has been so far.
Back on his Wimpy. We'll pop it high, looking to have somebody chase it. Keen was the one to be called up on it. But that being said, right back out is Mount Aloysius trying to pressure themselves. As MJ's drawn to it by Wimpy. Now back on it is going to be Noah trying to pop it back out to somebody, but it was a loose play. Keen, a good pass. Oh, a challenge. But it's going to be knocked away by the defense of Mount Aloysius, and that'll pop high to center field.
Unfortunate miss on that shot there. It's going to drop down for Hybrid, but I think this is going to go back to MCC's ball here. Never mind, he's up. Oh, unfortunate. Very close.
Yeah, shot was challenging for sure. Back on his Keen at 50-50. We'll buy a little bit of time, but Wimpy's going to put it right back on target. Just a little high. The follow-up could not quite make it. And now Hybrid back the other way. Watch out. Here's another transitional play. MJ was able to pop past one. Luckily, Keen comes back in time, but it's back across. The shot cleaned up again. As Amin Keen looking to be that third back that you mentioned is going to be so important here, crucial for Montgomery County.
You just see one staying up still. I mean, they're playing much better defense now, but you see one right now still in mid, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But when you're getting peppered like with shots like they are, it's nicer to just rotate back through and through until you can transition and then start worrying about making it. At least in my opinion.
I'm with you. I think they have a little bit of work ahead of them. This another transition play, a good chance, an opportunity. But I've said it so many times about, Montgomery County. Can they break through? Keen up, waits, holds, down it goes, a chance, Kubochi. Could not quite find it. Now Keen right back on it, MJ right back down the field. And they'll chip and chase. Good play off the back wall. Nobody on that back wall to defend, but the shot off the mark themselves. We'll see how Montgomery County can move in transition here. They have one chasing, one in support, but that's a good pinch out here in Hybrid to follow it up too. And Mount Aloysius is so good at getting out of the zone when they need to. Gabochi tried to challenge, but MJ couldn't quite get there.
That was a very good goal line clear. I almost said when that second person had double commit on that shot that it was going to be a really good opportunity for them to score on that transition. But that was a very, very good goal line pinch out to the left corner for them. And I think that's the only reason they didn't get scored on right there.
Here's an opportunity. Nobody back this time. Mount Aloysius a little bit ambitious on the offensive side, and Montgomery County able to take advantage of this. It'll be the first time in the series that they've had a lead and gotten the first goal as well. In game number 3, they're up 1-0.
That was also just a very nice shot. He jumped for that really well. He kept it at speed. If he had put that much slower, it would have been saved by either of the Mount Aloysius players that were back. But he kept it fast enough. It was a really, really good touch.
Kept them in the play. And when everybody's involved, you feel good about it. And that's what happened there for Montgomery County, rather. As now, down the field they go. Another demoed off the back line. But the shot, unfortunately for them, off the mark to the left. You have the lead, but you want to build it.
For sure.
And that was a good opportunity to do that, but a little bit off the mark again.
It's always hard to miss the open net like that. And everyone says they're the hardest shot, but it is 100% true. Open nets are the hardest shot to hit in Rocket League.
It is. It's difficult. There's obviously the mentality of it, right? Because
for sure.
In the rush, too, right? You have to get it in a certain amount of time frame, right? So that pressure can really mount, and obviously, great teams are able to hit them, and Montgomery County going to look to prove that they can do that, too, with a shot, but it was just defended well enough from Mount Aloysius, who, by the way, has seen the time tick down so quickly, as now it's down to under a minute. The follow-up, what a save from Hybrid! He got really back to it now! My goodness, he had some speed coming back and getting that defense.
That was a very, very good save.
Back on it.
I don't know, they could score here. They're in good position. Oh, super good clear. He has a shot. Unfortunate.
That one a little bit of a tougher angle to get. And now you have to have the last defender get the touch. Good recognition. They got a cross for the touch, and Keene stays on the play too. Man, Montgomery County just trying everything they can to keep in this series right now. But Mount Aloysius wants to end it now. The last thing you want to do is give Montgomery County any kind of chance, any kind of life here in this series. You want to cut it off here in this game. But now they have an opportunity. Back down the field they go. Wimpy bumps off at the shot. What a save! And Montgomery County will come up big here in game number 3 and keep this series alive for the Mustangs.
It's like I said, the first game they started, they were down by 3. The second game, they only lost by 1, I believe, and they've won by 1 this time. So I wonder if they keep continuing on this trend and now they'll win by 3 next game, or if now Mount Aloysius says, oh no, we actually need to focus up and we need to win this series real quick. I think this will probably see game 5, honestly.
It's a good sign that it could, for sure. I don't know if I can say confidently they can get there. However, I know it's definitely possible, right? And for Mount Aloysius too, the way they were really striking towards the end, they have they create timely chances, right? And I think, you know, if we talk about the two teams and compare them side by side, Montgomery County might actually create a little bit more chances overall, but the grade A chances, the ones that actually produce goals, that's been on the side of Mount Aloysius, but they got shut down. They got shut out, quite literally. It was a 1-0 game there, so if the defense continues if Amin Keene continues to play defensively the way he was stepping up, that's great news for for Montgomery County, rather. They've been excellent defensively, and he's been a big reason as to why they happen.
For sure, and I was paying attention that game to like openings for shots specifically. The rotations were a lot better, and what I noticed was MCC is a lot more consistent in getting short, close passes than Mount Aloysius is. Mount Aloysius is going off big clears, big opens, stuff like that, where MCC is kind of making their own opportunities, and whether or not they hit it, like they hit the shot, I mean, it's usually the sign of maybe a better. More experienced team.
I can see that for sure. Yeah, I'm on board with that. I think they have been they've been showing signs of life and signs of maturity overall, especially for these young players. We talked about it at the start of this broadcast. Both of these teams are really young and trying to build up themselves throughout their college experience.
Yeah, they're both sophomore, freshman, I believe, or freshman, sophomore. They're both very young teams, and I think, especially with the 2 freshmen, they're definitely like a new team comp of this year. Maybe they played last semester, but even still, that's a pretty fresh team. So it's definitely interesting to see how this season progresses, how much better they'll be playing as it goes.
Montgomery County right back on the gas pedal here, as they had a decent opportunity right in front. It was defended away by Mount Aloysius pretty well. Pop back into the zone. I think MJ was a bit stuck on that ramp, and so couldn't quite jump across to get a challenge there. That'll allow Montgomery County to get out of the zone, but only temporarily, as MJ will jump right back on it. And missing on the corner, an opportunity. MJ tried to get out to get that bump, and now it's right back at you. Montgomery County looking to handle this defensively and able to get to it until Hybrid will put it right back into the zone, challenge the corner. And MJ right back on it himself. A good 50-50, though. Will clear the zone. Montgomery County trying to escape. They will. Now waving it. Good comms, but the shot a little high. Crossbar and out. And Montgomery County, a great opportunity. Not able to score. But now they're right there far side, and 2 chances will go away as Mount Aloysius holding on by a thread.
That definitely hurts the mental. Like that, missing shots that are open, missing shots that even could be easy. It's always tough on mental, and I've seen a lot of teams play a lot worse after something like this happening.
Definitely. The last thing you can do is beat yourself up for it. But again, easier said than done. You know, you're in the game, right? And that's what you're experiencing currently. And Rocket League is such a quick game that you have to just continuously move on. Have that basically no memory mentality. That's going to be given up, though. Mount Aloysius halfway through this game, and a present left on the doorstep there, and they're up 1-0.
That's just an unfortunate clear. I don't really know what he was looking for. Maybe a teammate in net who could bang it back to corner, but that is just a questionable touch. He could have been trying to bounce it up. It's just, we don't know. That was just a bad touch.
Mounties now in the driver's seat as they look to press forward. And in this one here, you said A good chance at 5, and there still is. Montgomery County at possession. Unfortunately, Wimpy looked like he gave it up, but a good pass across the box. MJ able to get to it, though, and Wimpy committed it too far forward. Hybrid couldn't quite find the angle. And now that pop out is just going to give possession back, but a transitional pass will be shot off the mark. Now only 2 minutes left, but it's still been pretty even so far. The only goal that's gone in here in game number 4 has been a mistake.
For sure. And I've noticed a lot this game, a lot of double commits on unfortunate. I was talking about the double commits on Mount Aloysius, but this is just another like unfortunate defensive touch, and that I think is just destroys mental, especially after 2 of them. Giving up 2 goals on your last life is just destroys your mental.
Yeah, you talked about it, and you're absolutely right. Kabochi has been pretty shut down, pretty locked tight for the most part in this series, and that was just a mental lapse, and it could have been due to the prior mistake. But they can bounce right back, though. That was close on that extra shot, but that mentality has definitely been affected here, and that's going to give Mount Aloysius a huge advantage, especially with a minute 30 left.
Yeah, being up 2 with a minute 30 is it feels really good, especially after defensive touch like that. Like I said, I mean, some people might not agree, but for me at least, the mental just anguish of those 2 unfortunate defensive plays it's going to be hard to come back from.
Especially when Noah was trying to challenge it, but it's right back out as Wimpy will look to get to it. Hybrid was a little bit late to it, but NJ there in support again, and he's up. Basically, everybody up for Mount Aloysius now. So Keen looking to press back towards him. Good job to stay on the play here. Needs to get it across to a teammate. Tries to box him out too, but Hybrid right back on it, and he'll kill some more time in this Montgomery County end.
Another shot on that pinch. Is this in? Nice little pinch. Beautiful. Nice little goal line team pinch all the way across the map.
No shot. I mean, yes, it was a shot, but a new shot that went in. The pinch from the backside. Listen, you do everything right, and they've seen that Mount Aloysius has kind of sheeted up a little bit. Now, I think it was 2 defenders double committing towards the ball, but you take the pinch, and you say it was intentional, and you hope it gets you back on track here with 30 seconds left.
Tell you what, you say it's intentional, you clip it, you put it in a montage, and you upload it to YouTube.
Hopefully not the other way there for them, though. It's Mount Aloysius, the Mounties, looking to close out now. Trying to forget about that. As back defensively, Amin Keen on it right now. Down to 13 seconds left. And now a bouncer out to mid. There's 2 people there. Wimpy lives it. The shot he missed. Oh, now a bump, though. And it's free. They score. Evened it with 4 seconds left. The chaos continues. And maybe so does the game.
I can't tell if that first aerial was a miss or a fake. Either way, it didn't pay off, but that still just doesn't matter. Clutching it up with 4 seconds left feels awesome. Their mental is fine now. They're feeling it. That's
so hard to break out of, and they did it in such a short time span. And in fact, they have an opportunity here too. They want to go ahead and force a game 5. Now they do! It's Kobochi! He's done it! 3-2 with 0 seconds remaining. We head to a game 5. And my goodness, Schoolis, you've never been more right. I did not see this coming, man.
I'm saying, I mean, I can't believe that they came back from that. I'll be honest. I thought that I saw a minute and a half up by 2. I thought it was over. But I mean, that team pinch, I think, really sealed it. I think that pinch, whether a double commit, intentional or not, I think that really kind of snapped a switch in their brain that said, all right, yeah, we could probably win this. We should give it some tries.
I so want to disagree with you, but I can't. Like, that legitimately changed the course of their mentality throughout, and it was...
I think it did.
But, yeah, we're talking about how that kind of got, Montgomery County back into the series mentally. But Mount Aloysius, now seeing that game happen in front of them, that's going to make Game 5 difficult for them. It's going to be difficult because they don't want to get away from what's been making them successful throughout, because I think they've been the stronger team overall, and to see something like that happen to you towards the end, that can be deflating as well.
And when a team starts winning and they keep winning, it's hard to break that, especially at a Game 5 situation on a potential reverse sweep. It's very hard for the team that already had to come back and win it anyway after losing 2 in a row. Blanking on the word, that energy that they're keeping through both those last 2 games, especially getting scored on a 0 second after a team pinch and then a double fake to the guy left. It's a tough way to lose for sure. Down you were up by 2 with a minute and a half left, and you managed to lose that one, unfortunately go to 5. But it's just going to be tougher, I think, Mount Aloysius to turn this one around.
Certainly. I mean, that's devastating for them. We'll see if they can bounce back here in game number 5 now as it is underway here. RLCS North America was all about the reverse sweep. Well, can Montgomery County bring that into the NECC world? We'll have to find out here as they get the first.
That,
yeah.
Go for it. All I've ever heard is that NECC is just the better RLCS, so I don't really know what else to tell you.
I'm with you there. Listen, it's been as entertaining, if not more so. So from that perspective,
exactly.
You're right. You're absolutely
That was a really
right.
good shot. It was a really, really good flick. It went past first defender, but the second one's always going to be there. Their rotations have gotten so much better as the series has progressed, and it's very easy to see they always, or at least usually, will have 2 people back, which is what you want all the time.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Their rotation, out of 10 was probably a 2 to start off, quite frankly. Over time, I mean, they've been pretty clean. There's been very few mistakes, and Mount Aloysius credit them because every time there is a mistake, though, they take advantage of it. And so the fewer mistakes Montgomery County can make here in this game number 5, that's exactly relating to the percentage or likelihood that they win this series. As now Mount Aloysius, from an angle, it was MJ. Try to sneak that one in, but will not be able to get to it. And Kobochi also having a difficult time connecting that one. That was actually on target, by the way. But Mount Aloysius stayed in the play defensively, and they'll be able to clear this out to center. And a lead blocker out in front, too, as MJ got the demo, but a good job from the defense, again from Montgomery County, to come back and defend this.
And that demo didn't really matter because they had one back post already, and one was coming through corner at the time the demo happened. So they're, like I said, keeping their, and you were absolutely right. Yes, they were probably at a 2 or 3 in that first game on getting back. But they've seemed to tighten up a lot more, and we're seeing a very heavily MCC aggression-sided game so far. It's looking a little bit more like game 3 was.
Yeah, and Keen going to challenge that frontside post, but great positioning there from Hybrid. And I feel like we haven't called out very many individuals from Mount Aloysius, and that's not a bad thing. That means that they're playing very, very strong as a team. I think MJ is probably the most we've called out, but they continue to hang in the series regardless of just one star stepping up. It's been all 3. You can really see it both ways.
It's like I was saying earlier, I think that they're a team where all 3 of them are like pretty mechanically solid, whereas MCC are more like team solid. I don't think that there's a lot of solo play going to happen because I don't know if they're going to be able to link up on solo plays.
Kobochi didn't really have an intended target with that one, but they will play backwards, trying to find somebody. And it'll be Noah to Hybrid, who will take a shot. Almost got that dunk as well, as Kobochi didn't really have anything going, but now he does. Try to get the dunk on MJ, but he does get a touch over the side wall, but missing though. So Wemby going to try the back wall, but it's denied again by Noah. Kobochi going to be beat to it now as Noah here in transition. Will be 50-50 by Keen here in the corner as they try to shield it away, but MJ finds the top corner there. Top left, Mount Aloysius back on top.
That was just such a nice shot. I think that, I don't see the name. One guy went forward and kind of missed the 50 and went to mid. I wouldn't have gone that early. I would have waited for that touch and possibly played it to corner again. And it's just rotational step again from MCC that's kind of keeping him out of this game.
Love the goal song as well, being the RLCS sound, because it just brings about what we were saying in the first place, that this is just as entertaining. And now a shot! Oh, it's MCCC! Again coming through, Amin Keen, able to even this game at 1. We said this series was going to be close. We said that this game 5 would be close, and we have not been disappointed so far.
That was a very, very nice passing play. It went from mid to corner, off back ball, bouncing off. It's hard to read as a defender last back. Just straight top corner. You can't really ask for a much better passing play than that.
Oh, Wimpy back at it again as he carries this one. The assist from Amin Keen off the kickoff, and 2 goals back-to-back within 5 seconds. And they're back on top themselves, 2-1.
This is going to be especially tough for Aloysius because, like I was already saying, it's hard to break that streak of wins in a game 5. And going down 2 in, 10, 15 seconds is always tough to begin with, but let alone that added stress of it being a game 5. The last game was a pretty stressful 0 seconds, almost overtime. I think this game. Whew, I think this game might go MCC's way if Aloysius can't clutch up in the last minute here and pull together.
They've won the last 2 games, but the Mounties, well, they need to get on their horse and start moving now. As Keen to try and tap off back wall, try to cause some chaos there from MJ. Really all they're doing is killing time. That's a good demo though, but still 50-50'd as now they're back in the zone themselves, and you can tell Mount Aloysius trying to pull their goaltender of sorts and try to push as forward as they can. As right now, it's Wimpy off the back wall. It will float one high. A shot to follow. It's in! Amin Keen with a bit of a comfort goal there. 3-1 now for the Mustangs.
I mean, his consistency from shooting from up to down is a little crazy. I myself probably couldn't hit that shot twice in a row, and he's just done it in a very stressful game 5. I mean, claps all around for Amin Keen. Those were both very, very nice shots.
Now they need to get one quick, and there it is. Wow, MJ strikes back here as Noah set him up perfectly. That's exactly what the doctor ordered, and Mount Aloysius still keeping it close.
Another well-placed shot. Both these teams have scored, like, exclusively other than the beats back on very, very well-placed shots. I think both of these teams will have a very, very successful season.
I agree with you, but now look as Noah setting up another one. This shot off the mark. Wimpy to it, and now gonna beat the last man back. And 10 seconds left in an open cage. They will put it away. Montgomery County, rather, is going to be up 4-2 here as Mount Aloysius seeing it slip away through their fingertips again. And it's looking more and more likely here, Schoolis, that this reverse sweep is coming.
That's just a really unfortunate touch. His last man pushed too far back up. You never want it to go up in mid, especially when your teammates aren't back and you are low boost. That's just kind of the worst nightmare. And that's gonna settle. It's a reverse sweep for MCC.
That's it. They've done it. Back down the field they go into the Crown MCCC. The Mustangs pull off the reverse sweep. And you gotta love the sportsmanship as well from Mount Aloysius there in the chat. As the Mustangs do the improbable, the reverse sweep win here in the series, and they look strong doing it. It's going to be the hat trick of Amin Keen. 3 goals off of 6 shots in that final game in order to give them a win. What a start to this series at 2-0 here to kick things off here in the Emergent Central Atlantic.
It was just a beautiful, beautiful series. Going to Game 5 is always hype, but going to Game 5 off a 0-second almost OT after losing, like, just off some kind of bad rotations, kind of some stupid goals to give up, honestly. I think that this team will, as the season goes on, they will start better, and they might even continue to get better through series, but I think at the very least they will start at the level that they were playing in these Game 4, Game 5s.
I mean, my goodness, what a way to kick things off for sure here in this one. Definitely challenging the RLCS when it comes to their competitive nature and definitely the entertainment factor. It's been great. And Schoolis, great first cast, by the way. Thank you for joining us for the first time here on NECC channel.
Thank you. It was super fun. I hope that I can start coming back more often.
I'm sure you will. I already got props in chat. Thank you for hanging around for that one. We have way more entertaining games here on the NECC channel. It's going to be our good friends Foof and an odd fellow on the next call. Lincoln Land Loggers facing off with SIUE Black. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the NECC. Thank you, sir.
Huge. That was fun.
That was an awesome series. Holy shit. You did great, man.
They all played so. Thank you. I definitely have some stuff to work on, but.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NECC. This is Foof. That is an odd fellow, and we just came off a reverse sweep to start this whole thing off. I mean, come on, we're supposed to follow that up on. I don't know how you do that. I mean, we're just gonna try our best, I think.
I genuinely have no idea how you follow that up, honestly. When you have a game that comes that close, it comes that close. It started off as a close series, and then Game 5 just really, really got away from them, and it just yeesh.
Yep, a 4-2 score line there, and so obviously not landing on the right foot. But the Mounties can regain next week. MECC rolling high. But those are not two teams playing up. We have Lincoln Land Loggers going up against SIUE Black. Both of these teams coming off of 2-3 losses. They fell in Game 5 of Week 1 and are looking to bounce back. Looking at this Lincoln Land team, got a couple familiar names. I'm excited to see what this group can bring and how they push forward. Again, coming back from where you lose in Week 1 and it can be crushing fashion, especially when you make it to Game 5 and are unable to close it out.
Yeah, and especially with the fact that these guys are young guys. Like this is a roster of freshmen. So these
Youngins.
guys, exactly. And a lot of times you see that it's the younger players that tend to bounce back a little more easily. But again, this is the kind of team that I was talking about it a lot last week. This is the kind of team where a Week 1 loss doesn't necessarily mean a ton. Like you can easily bounce back from that. On the other side of that, we do have SIUE Black.
Well, you look at it, another group of youngins, what they do have Undead Salt being the sophomore, the elder statesman of the 6 cars on the field. I wonder if he did the whole fake hazing thing and had them bring him the mouse pad and the controller before the games, or had the shoulder massages or anything. But no, right now 0-1, they're wanting to get back on the right foot. And at one point, somehow or another, one of these teams is going to be 1-1 and someone is going to be 0-2. And so it's a battle of trying to right a ship and right possibly a wrong of a starting of a season.
And one of the biggest things to point out about both these teams is that they did lose in Week 1, but both of them went to Game 5. So it just as easily could have been a Week 1 win for them. So I think that both of them are going to have that kind of on their minds coming into this. And so I feel like both of these guys are going to be really coming into this Week 2 matchup trying to prove, hey, we could have won last week. We should have won last week. We are not coming out of Week 2 0-2.
And we talked about it a little bit in our pre-production meeting, and I'm going to say it again because I enjoyed the analogy. You have to think about it. Both of these teams had their metaphorical metal tested, but unfortunately, both of them were asked to leave the forge last week. So now back with a new billet, perhaps a new mentality, a new opponent, and looking for a new ending as we have Game 1, 5 minutes on the clock, 6 cars on the field. That's 5.
We're going to have Southern Illinois in the orange. We're going to have Lincoln Land in the blue. Let's go ahead and get some of those loggers, poggers in chat for Lincoln Land. I know I said I wasn't going to say it on stream, but I lied. I lied.
Well, what makes my heart happy right now is we hear it from my co-caster, but we see it spammed in chat. Bucky and company trying to put pressure on as Southern Illinois University in Edwards wanting to make something happen, but Undead Salt ready to make a save. Nuo want to find a pass midfield off the back door there, but Style shutting it down. Early plays here right now from both of these teams, answering with aggressive 50s and looking to force early rotations. That's a dangerous touch coming out from Light off the back of his own Dominus, but Nuo again with such a long clear, just looking to get off of their own side.
And I'm going to start it off early here before we get to the end. Oh, never mind. Style is going to cut me off. Yeah, Style's going to go ahead and start it off. That's going to be the first points on the board for Southern Illinois.
All right, I've never, we've always heard the term of teeing it up, but that was Bucky physically turning his car into a football-style tee with all 4 wheels up in the air to pop it up, making it 1-0 with a beautiful pass.
Yeah, and you love seeing passes like that are just so clean for your teammates, especially when you're able to just get it very nicely over the top of the defenders. But again, what I was going to say is that the biggest thing that I'm going to be looking for here in this game is going to be that midfield control. I talk about it all the time, and so I'm going to start talking about it early here. The team that is able to win the midfield here is probably going to win this matchup, with both of these teams looking very even so far in the first minute 15 of the game.
I love the passing idea. It's 1-2 to 3, but cut off at its legs by Nuo. Ace getting it there with his own teammate. Another aggressive push, this time by Bucky. 2 players on it. Bucky following up, wants to find a soft touch, but Ace is there. Style looking for a shot, but denied by Light. Bucky wants to turn to this. He's going to pull the trigger. Going near post to set up. Style. A beautiful play to make it 2-0.
Fantastic little pass there from Bucky. Great positioning from Style to be able to turn around and be right there to receive the pass from his teammate. So far, excellent connection between Bucky and Style. Lincoln Land has got to do something here to get their defensive rotations back on track.
Well, unfortunately, the Loggers looking like they've come to a barren plot of land. Nothing to show for it right now. 0-2. 3 shots in their corner, but 3 saves. As this one is another shot and another save. 2 on the back of Undead Salt. Now Style credited with another. And so now the offense starting to ramp up. A double commit on the side of SIUE Black. They're not able to do much on it. Well, off the ceiling here. Following it up. Let's find a second touch. You're dropping it low instead. Style shutting it down. Now having a savior medal on the game as well.
Style getting a nice block there in the corner, as well as Undead Salt tried to get that one in. Oh, that was almost a shot on there by Light. But Bucky just as good with the saves as he is with the passing. And now here he goes, driving it down on offense again before it just barely gets taken away by Ace. Now Style going up off the backboard, passing it down for his teammate, and it just barely gets taken out of the air there by Nuo. So the defense from the Loggers really starting to kind of ramp up here with about half the game left to play, but they are down by 2 while their defense is starting to improve. They have got to get some offensive scoring going here and quickly.
And it starts with building a little bit more cohesive on the offensive side. It's making concise and aggressive pushes, but working with teammates, understanding how much boost they have, where you are, and where your teammates are. And so we saw a little bit of it, but it was so close and so tight on the same side that ended up being more of like a shooting gallery from that turned to shooting into the defense. Looks like we're going to a radio call here. Style going and pushing for a shot, but cannot find it. Undead Salt in his corner here, but can't get the fall. Bucky, another shot into this blue end, but Nuo able to clear it to midfield. And so we have SIUE just putting the pressure back on.
I just want you to know, Foof, I am not in the game. I'm watching everything off of the broadcast, and so therefore you're the only one that can see what's going on. So I appreciate the calls that you are making, and it sounds very, very exciting. And it does look like we're getting back into it. As Nuo trying to get us back in style, but Bucky again coming out with the save. So again, the defensive stand coming out from Bucky. 90 seconds left to play here. The Loggers trying to get something going, and Light is finally able to put the first points of the board on off the pass from Nuo.
Finding a way right now, shining through the darkness and shining through the defense to make it a 1-2 affair. 81 seconds left in game number 1 of the series.
We're going to be getting Light and Undead on the kickoff there. That is going to go in favor of SIU, as that is going to go into the orange side of the pitch here. Ace and towards the backboard, does get saved away, but oh, there was a shot on and just barely rings off the left side corner. The Loggers trying to make this one work, trying to get the tying goal with the last 60 seconds, but Undead trying to put it away for Southern Illinois. That one ringing over the top. Nuo has a chance at an open net. Here's Undead gonna get it. Yes, just barely squeaking it past the defender.
Well, Nuo just had enough time to wait and not have to force it, going near post the entire way, and Undead Salt has had a couple of big saves in this game, just not enough boost, not enough time, and not a third savior medal to rest on SIUE Black's sideline, and so it stands at a 2-2 scoreline right now as we're trying to see how we can break this tie.
Nuo getting a save off the shot from Bucky, taking this one into the air, trying to get it over the top of Bucky with the dribble down to Light. Oh, and what a save there from Style. Style seeing that pass all the way and not allowing the connection to go. Ace not able to get that touch as Nuo just barely saves it out from in front of the net, but it's getting centered. Once again, here comes Styles, and it does get saved off the backboard by Ace. The defense for the Loggers really ramping up here, but 30 seconds left to play. Nuo with the fake flip and 2 bumps coming in from Nuo, but no Loggers are going to be there to be able to put the shot on. Style trying to save this one off the backboard. There's Light not going to be able to put his on target either. Nuo missing his touch. Now Style driving, Undead trying to go for it. Style with the flick. It just barely hits the crossbar, but it ends up going in. That's a mistouch from Light.
Well, Style flips it all the way up and then tracks it on the way through and sneaks it behind a diving Logger defender to make it happen. And now we stand at a 3-2 scoreline. Just when you thought the Loggers had fought their way back in, they're back down by 1.
Thank you for the call on that. I genuinely did not see his second touch on that. It looked like it was Light that had gotten the touch on there. So Southern Illinois just barely at the last second sneaking away with a Game 1 win. But in this Game 1, all we're seeing is that this series looks like it has the potential to be just as close as we thought it did coming into it.
The big thing I'm kind of worried about is both of these offense were given way too many opportunities. You look at it, that is 9 shots on the side of SIUE Black, who ends up winning, and they gave up 13. There were 10 saves on the side of Southern Illinois University's scoreboard. Like, you're not supposed to play defense that long and find ways to win, but yet they do it because they were able to convert 3 of them. All 3 goals coming off of Styles' nose, 2 assists coming from Bucky, and then having Undead Salt didn't get the Savior medal, but 2 big saves kept them in this game.
Well, and the biggest thing here, I think, in pointing out the amount of saves and the fact they end up coming away with the win there, is that in that game 1, it just looked like SIU was rotating from defense to offense more effectively than the Loggers were. Like, it's just as simple as that. And it's not really the midfield control that I was talking about, but it's more just like the speed and rotations in general. They were getting better clears to pass. They were looking for each other a little bit more. So it definitely is something that the Lincoln Land is going to have to look to improve on going into game 2, is going to be that defensive to offensive rotation.
I think the biggest thing that Lincoln Land has to do is not be down 2 goals to start the game. If you get past that point where you find yourself down a pair of goals and have to come back and make it a tight game once again, it just becomes so much more difficult. And they had waves of offensive pressure. They had time and shots and chances. It was forced. You had to make it happen because you were down. As Light wanted that one but didn't want to overcommit. Bucky taking this opportunity here, going bar and out. Bucky again, but denied by Ace, coming out of his own goal. Nuo touching here. That's going to be Undead Salt. Far post look, but it's not there. Light now in control, but Nuo behind. A big 50, keeping it up in the air. Light, one touch here, but pushes it so far in front of him. It's just going to be a handshake on the possession. It's a handshake back to Light.
Light tries to send it, but Style is going to clear that one away off the backboard. Ace waiting for it at the midfield. Style with the bump on him for his troubles as Nuo. Oh, that's going to be a team bump there from Southern Illinois, but Bucky is able to try and at least get somewhat of a clear out as Ace is trying to keep that offense going here for Lincoln Land as they are trying to get the first points on the board here. They've got to get some momentum going back in their favor after that game 1 loss. Light getting the demo onto Undead Salt, so the physicality coming out early here as this one has a chance off the ceiling, but Nuo is going to take it away off the goal line.
Now you need to be careful here. Light wanting to find a 50 and does. Ace and Nuo backing off. It's going to be a soft touch there from Style, pushing it into the sidewall. Ace ceiling play here. It's going to just softly kiss Light. Wanted that one. It's going to actually come to him. If he loves something, let it go, Odd. He's now handing off to Nuo. Nuo going near post, but too many defenders in the way.
And I'm loving to see this passing connection that Light and Nuo are trying to get going. They tried to do it a couple times last game as well. They're trying again here in game 2 as that one barely squeaks by a defender, but Ace is going to be there to clean it up. Ooh, Undead Salt has a chance here, gets it past Nuo, but Light is going to be able to rotate in beautifully there. That's a very early challenge from Style, has a chance to go, but does end up wide right now. Ace going to the air himself. Bucky getting the touch. Light waiting for it. Does get the pinch underneath, but Bucky gets just enough of a touch to force it to bounce. So again, here we are 2 minutes into the game and still tied at 0-0.
0-0, and now you need to be careful here as Style playing slow here. The ball rolling up the wall. Bucky 50'd hard there, and it's still just an awkward spot to be in, a stalemate in the field, in the game, but not in the series as SIU Black has the lead 1-0.
Ace out of the corner where Styles going to be waiting for it, trying to keep the offense in the Lincoln Land side of the pitch here. Bucky with a soft touch, not able to get it past Light. Undead, was waiting for it, but a great touch from Light. And then Nuo coming over the top to start getting the offense going here for the Loggers as Ace going to take this to the sidewall, looking for the pinch into the corner. Not quite enough on it to get it past the defenders, but Light with the pass to Nuo once again. But Undead Salt is there, and Light just barely not able to get the touch. Here goes Ace, and he just get his shot saved away as well. Some opportunities there for Lincoln Land, but unfortunately not able to convert.
Again, chances, but not turning into much as now they had to back off and find their boosts. That's a big 50 here. Undead Salt wanting to find the transitional play. Light needs to find a save. That's a bump on his own teammate, but it slows it down enough. Nuo, sidewall play here, but Style is there. The ball bouncing back off, but Ace has such a touch. Is now another one coming through. Quickly, Undead Salt, backward play here. Ace is stuck on that line. He needs to find a touch. It's off the crossbar, though. Style pushing forward. That's going to be a shot. Another one coming through. And Lincoln Land, just as they had the offensive pressure, they are now under an assault on the defensive side.
And I have to commend the defense here from Lincoln Land because those SIU players are flying in from all sides of the pitch, and somehow Lincoln Land was able to save all those shots coming in. Now, the biggest thing I want to talk about here is this defense from SIU, which still holds up on the goal line as another shot from Lincoln Land gets saved away. The defense here from SIU, I don't know. The biggest thing that Lincoln Land can do here to try and break past this stone wall is they have got to get these passes going. They've got to look for the midfield passes and try and hit each other, and they've got to do it in a way that they're not like projecting to the entire pitch, hey, I'm going for this pass in this spot, as that is going to be a save away off the backboard by Light and SIU trying to get something going.
To make something happen here is the ball floating around. Want to find another shot here going near post there, but Light shutting it down quickly. Chance possibly arising here on the counterattack as SIUE stuck in their own heels, having to dig their heels in and possibly make another Herculean effort on the defensive side. Had so many saves in game number 1, looking to do it again. Nuo looking for a near post shot, but putting a bit too far to the right. Again, Nuo still on it here. That very teal octane wanting to be creative. Another one touch from Ace. He's going to try and find a double tap here. He has the touch and tucks it under. 1-0. Loggers, Poggers find their goal.
Try again. Ace has been going for these for the last couple minutes here and finally is able to get one to convert. And what a great way for Lincoln Land to put the first goal of the game on the board here, and especially with 30 seconds left. Now, the way their defense has been playing, there is a lot that SIU has to do here to try and tie this up here in the last couple seconds, but Light trying to get it going early as he's going to sneak that one underneath Style. Bucky losing a little bit of control. Nuo is there, keeping it on the Southern Illinois side of the pitch, but Style going to try and get the pinch out. Ace to the corner. Not quite able to connect it before it gets touched away by a defender as Nuo is trying to get the push going, tried to get the bump, not quite enough, and Ace now trying to get this last second shot. Light is going to be there with 1 second. Is it going to be a touch? Nuo back towards the backboard, Light out of the corner. Nuo's going to drop it down to grass, and that is going to be Lincoln Land tying the series up at 1 apiece.
Well, 1-1 feels a lot better than 0-2, especially in a game like this where we had an offensive explosion and then coming back and only having 6 shots on one side, 4 on another. And so the defense has stepped up, but it's also odd. Your favorite thing to talk about. It was midfield what?
Control.
But it was a battle. It looked almost like a World War I trench in the middle of the field as players were dug in, fighting for these boosts around the circle, looking for the hundreds, and just trying to win every single 50. And that's something I love to watch players do, is you just feel the confidence oozing from them when they're like, I'm going to win this 50. Even if I'm up too late, I got it.
Exactly, and one of the biggest things to point out here is that this game was almost an exact flip from the last game. Last game, it was shot after shot after shot after shot from both teams. This game, it was like maybe half the amount of offense. This was such a defensive game, and it comes down to what you're talking about, those battles at the midfield. Because no one really ever got any solid midfield control at any point in the game until the last 45 seconds there, that was why we weren't really seeing too much offense going on. So I think that is going to be another point of interest here as we go into game 3. And Lincoln Land, they were able to bring that back in that game too. They could have just as easily done it in game 1. So I think we are in for a long, long series here, Foof.
Well, we have possibility of 5 games, maybe a bit more if you think about it in game time with overtime, but 1-1 apiece, we're at least going to 4. And so, wanting to see more here in the 4th possible minute of this first couple seconds coming off of game number 3. Both teams having offensive chances back and forth, a little bit of a dance, almost like 2 duelists stepping forward, seeing if the other will feint or parry and start something off. Like Bump, but still having enough wherewithal to get back to that ball and not hand it away.
We're going to see SIU trying to get this one out.
Touch.
Ooh, what a touch as Undead Salt trying to catch up with it. Almost got the dunk over the top of Nuo. My goodness, just that had a chance to be a phenomenal goal, but great touch there by Nuo. Light now trying to beat a defender, trying to beat an offensive player to that as Nuo's trying to catch up and get the offense going here for the Loggers. Not quite able to get the touch. Bucky going to try and save that one away, but Ace is going to be there immediately. Light setting that one now towards the sidewall. Undead Salt is going to be there, popping that one up into the air where Nuo is going to be waiting for it. And here comes that battle at the midfield trench. Nuo going over the top, and what a save coming out of Bucky as Undead gets the demo on the Light.
Well, Nua had a chance there, but he put it right where the goalie was, so making full advantage of it. It's a beautiful touch from Styles, but Light is there. Another touch off the backboard. Bucky wanting to sign off on this one near post play, but it's still a bit too close. A beautiful bump to open up a door, but who can step through it? Not Style, it's Ace. Slams it shut in his face. Now Light wins a 50. It's going back the other way. The Dominus 50 is too strong.
Oh my goodness, Ace slammed the door, locked it with a deadbolt, and then Light came in and said, here's the prison bars, just to make sure. So not only are you not getting in, you're never getting back out either, as that is going to be the second consecutive goal now for Lincoln Land across the last 2 games, and they're taking the early lead here. This is a very, very good offensive showing here from Lincoln Land.
Feeling confident, being in control, being calm. It's all important. Is that such a big dunk? Undead just staying in front of his own net, not allowing a second to fall through. And I'll be honest, Lincoln has stepped up. They don't want to be down 2-0. They're going to flip it on its head and be up 2-0.
And this is phenomenal pressure from Lincoln Land here because they're able to get Ace just barely in between the defensive rotation there.
Style.
Like, yeah, just barely slotting it in between the rotation between Style as Undead was trying to get in there. So phenomenal shot, phenomenal placement there by Ace. And this offense from Lincoln Land has stepped up to a whole nother level over the course of the last 2 games.
Oh, Light trying to be a little fancy there. Setting himself off the backboard, but couldn't get the fall off of the fender. Another touch coming through Nua, wanting to set up Light. Light waiting patiently here. As now we have 2 blue cars on the ball, perhaps making something of it. Could be SIUE, but they can't find control here. Another backboard play, but another clear is the answer from the team in orange. That's a beautiful redirect. Light puts them up by 3. He just was there waiting for the pass and got to collect on it.
Oh my god, and this is phenomenal placement here by Light because he's in position looking for a bump, doesn't see anybody there, so sees the pass coming from Ace off the sidewall and goes, hey, I can get a little soft touch on this, and it turns into one of the best plays we've seen so far this series. Half the game left to play, and Lincoln Land has got this one solidly in hand so far. SIU has a mountain to climb to get back here in this game 3.
Well, I'd like to report that the trees have been found, and they are being logged, unfortunately,
yes.
right now. 3-0 is the loggers out in front. Light putting another one into the midfield, mixing it up, and Style just on the back wing. This could be something for Salt, but again, opting for such a long touch gives the defense a lot of time and space to kind of read and go, all right, this is where the ball's going to land, and they take full advantage of it. As Style half left and back, trying to stay on top of it here. Nuo passing down to Ace. Ace pulling the trigger. And you're seeing right now a lot of Lincoln Land players looking from 1 to 2. This is going to be a 1 to 2 to 3, but 4 is the number as Light finds the 4th touch and is able to make a save. Ace gets creative, but that's a double commit on the defensive side. Light signs off on it. The flip reset, setting it all up.
And this is so cool from Ace because he doesn't get the goal, but his flip reset draws in 2 defenders and leaves the net wide open for Light to be there for the follow-on rebound, and that is why mechanics are so awesome in this game because they don't necessarily have to result in a goal. They can just draw your opponents in and go, we have to defend this guy right now, and that can open things wide up for the rest of your team. So a phenomenal play there from Lincoln Land, as with less than 90 seconds left to play, they find themselves up 4-0 here.
I'd call it Giga because it's Giga pressure right now. All you can see is just these blue cars everywhere. Another play, another bump, another demo, another shot, and another goal from Ace, living up to the name there. 5-0 for Lincoln Land.
I would love to know how many of those goals are Ace, because if it's 5 and his name is Ace, then he just needs to stop scoring now and just be done with it. Oh, there was a chance there.
Remember, Light has 3
we almost had it. Oh yeah, that's right. Light's been going off this game. That's right. But even still, like
the lights are on.
I'm not actually quite sure what's changed here between game 2 and 3 for Lincoln Land, but their rotations are immaculate. Their challenge speed is perfect. And SIU, it's not that they look lost, it's just they just don't look like they can keep up with what Lincoln Land are doing here. And with 53 seconds left, being down 5-0, this is the point where Southern Illinois goes, hey, if we can just get 1, maybe 2 goals here, is that almost is 1 coming through from Style. No. We might have something to go, but Ace trying to get the flick pass to Nuo, but the defense from SIU coming in there.
Well, Undead wanting to get something here as another shot near post, and again, that would be off the post, but Ace collecting here. The shooting just a bit off right now. But you have to wonder, can the team in orange find a way to push through as they clear the ball back and forth? SIUE, you got to get cooking here, friends. Down a lot, and perhaps maybe a bit too much in this game, but not down and out in the series. Just have to find a way to regain, and it starts with something. It could be a pass. It could be a shot. It could be, you know, you'd love to have it be a goal, but you need something to hang a hat on.
Well, the thing that I noticed most from Lincoln Land here in this game 3 was that the passing was just so much better as Bucky gets one for the road for Southern Illinois, and that could be an interesting thing to point out here. Yes, they are probably going to lose this one by 4 if the score stays as it does for the next 2 seconds, but they get that last second goal, and sometimes that's just enough to get you to get out of your head, okay, we got a goal, we can take that into game 4, and that might be just enough for SIU to be a little bit dangerous coming into game 4.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's big, especially for the Cougars, to get something for the road. You know, it gets an answer. You feel like, okay, hey, it's not an unbreakable wall. We cracked it with our forehead. Now we just have to get the sledgehammers out and knock it down. But again, allowing 9 shots, but taking 8 of your own. Again, a heavy offensive game, so we have to wonder, in the ebb and flow of the series, are we going to see another defensive showcase? Are we going to see the teams meeting at midfield, trying to vie for that possession and end up locking up and stalling? Or is one team going to continue the pressure and then end up overthrowing this balance? That's my question and my inquiry.
Well, the name of the game there in that game 3 was passing, with a capital P, because like that, like when you have a scoreline like that where there's all those shots and almost no saves, that is all coming in from passing, and then those follow-on shots from the pass just barely ringing off one way or the other. So if the Cougars can really like dig down and try and get their communication tightened up, I really think that they could come out with some awesome passing plays here in game 4, and they're going to have to do that to come back from just getting absolutely just slammed in game 3 by the Loggers.
I think something hyperly important here is not only passing on the offensive end, it's passing at your favorite spot on the field, in the midfield, in the contention, but it starts all the way back, pass to clears. These teams do it beautifully, but not always consistently. They look for big clears. They look to get it out. They look to see Bucky in the battle bus. SIUE feeling good even though they're down in the series.
Hey, when you lose like that, sometimes you got to make a change and just go, okay, I got to do something. And so Bucky pulling out the battle bus as he is going to get dunked over the top by Nuo and almost gets punished there, but it does get saved away. Hey, man, that Merc hitbox can be a little interesting sometimes. I think this has a chance to be an interesting decision here from Bucky.
Well, listen, man. I am a very big fan of, if you're having a bad day or a bad game, his style is getting creative with a couple of resets there. Make your hitbox a box. It's pretty simple at that point, but man, Bucky needs to be careful here. Style bailing him out here light. Another pressure touch. Credited with a shot, but that was more or less to keep the game on, keep the pressure rolling forward. Another one coming from Nuo, and this one looking more and more threatening. And it looks like Lincoln Land starting to zone in on that orange net, getting closer and closer with every touch. This is going to be the one that does it. The bump from light setting it all up.
Well, Lincoln Land has not let their foot off the gas at all between games 3 and 4, as they are keeping the offensive pressure just as intense as they have for the last 2 games, and they are just rolling right into this game 4, barely 60 seconds in, and already up 1-0 again. And it's those short passing plays in front of the net. They're not allowing the ball to get past where? The midfield.
Well, Style wanting to push it through the net. Man, almost kicked the door down there, just catching it at the very back end. A bump attempt, but Ace surviving the contact. Now Light been given a pass, perhaps, from an unlikely source. Nuo going near post, but read all the way by Undead Salt. Ace wants a soft touch there and finds it, but not a lot of pass midfield. Light looking for this one. He's going to pass it back to Nuo. It was the 1-2-1, but it didn't find its way in. The ideal was there. The X's and O's showed a goal, but the execution left a little bit to be desired.
It was a little bit of a mistiming on the flip there from Nuo. That wasn't like an unintentional backflip. He absolutely did it on purpose. He was trying to catch it.
That's a goal.
A pinch. Hey, you know what? That falls into the category of we take those.
Well, just Style reads the whole way, wants to force a 50. Nuo caught stepping a little bit too far forward. And the Cougars, you know what? Sometimes you can't look a gift horse in the mouth. You can't turn away on an open net, and they do not, and are able to find a way to tie this game back up.
Sometimes you just got to break out the TI-84
2-1.
and calculate it. And speaking of the calculations, again, here comes Style very quickly turning this game on its head.
Now, do you remember who scored 3 goals for the Cougars in game number 1?
I'm going to assume that his name has 5 letters in it and starts with an S.
Well, he also has RL at the very end, too. So, just...
Very well.
But yeah, Style had 3 in the first game. I don't know. We count. It's a character. Space is a character, but not a letter. I'll let that one pass. But yes, 3 goals in game number 1. Has both in this one. So we're hearkening back. We're going back to game 1. Maybe we'll see Lincoln Land have to find an answer, but it wasn't a 2-0 affair this time. It was a 1-1 and now a 1-2 with 2 quick goals. Lincoln Land looking for a pass. Light setting it up midfield, but it's turned away by Bucky. A pass midfield from Bucky as the Battle Bus winning the touch. Style 50ing hard, looking to try and push it forward, but Ace shutting it back down.
Phenomenal challenge speed coming in here from Lincoln Land so far as Ace gets that 50. Bucky with the pass to Undead Salt just barely gets taken away at the last second. Bucky, no boost to his name, but trying to get the touch anyways. Style waiting for this one at midfield. Ace is going to take that one out of the air. Undead Salt going to try and get it. Oh, Ace was trying to go for the dunk. Light is there for the follow-on shot. Undead Salt sending it away. Ace is not going to get there. What a defensive stand there from Southern Illinois.
Undead Salt was literally falling. I'm pretty sure the controller was knocked away from his hands, but somehow he was able to turn the car in midair and make a touch and clear it. Ace and company still putting more pressure on another near post play there, but the Battle Bus, the hitbox too big and shutting it down, and the Cougars defending their den right now as they are up 2-1 with just over 100 seconds left to be played here in game number 4, and they're trying to force a game 5 as Light passing to Nuo. Going far post, but the post, it works against them. The wood will work, but only for the defense. It's 2-1 still.
And that just barely, if he rotates his car like half a degree more than he did, that may have been a goal. That was a phenomenal effort there from Lincoln Land. And once again, the Loggers dominating the midfield here. We've been in the SIU side of the
team ball
for the last 30 seconds or so as Style gets the save away there just barely, and the offense crushing here from the Loggers. SIU holding on so far, but Nuo finally slots it in under the crossbar. Tie game, 67 seconds
is
left.
credited with it, but Ace says, get out of here.
I didn't even see that. Oh my.
Sent to the moon, thrown out the club, got out the way, however you want to say. It's 2-2 with a minute left. Possibly game 5 looming as both of these teams not wanting to stare down an 0-2 start. A pass midfield, Ace is there, and Lincoln Land again going up by 1.
And what a phenomenal offensive push here. This all starts with the kickoff, but Nuo with a fantastic double touch in the corner. Ace being right where it needs to be, slotting it upper 90, 57 seconds left. Lincoln Land trying not to let this one go to game 5. They want week 2 to end right now.
Style in control. Wants to find a little bit more. Got him up high. Goes
Style
with the beautiful flick. That's a 1v3 to set it up. And the Cougars strike back in force.
Style keeping true to his name and doing it as such. What a beautiful flick to get it past both both Lincoln Land defenders. 50 seconds left. I don't know how this game is going to go anymore, Foof.
I mean, it's just two boxers who have said F defense, and they're just throwing haymakers, hitting each other in the jaw, seeing who falls first. Style has 3 to his name in this game. That was what was the recipe for victory in game number 1, but now we need a little bit more. A tied ball game, another one, Undead Salt ringing off the post, but guess who? He went left, and now possibly a mad dash the other way. Nuo has a 50 in the ball. No, there's no clear. Undead is there to find it, but Light shutting it down. Light, a lot of boost in this car, running out. He's got a flip reset. He goes over, but slowing it down. Looking low is Nuo. 2 defenders there to make it, so still 3-3 in this game.
10 seconds left to go here, Foof. This is anybody's game as Ace gets the touch. Light trying to keep it in the offensive half here for Lincoln Land as Light tried to catch it, but it gets sent away by Style. Battle Bus up in the air from Bucky, trying to pass it down. That's going to float in the air. Undead Salt now keeping it up towards the back wall. 0 seconds on the clock. Golden goal territory here.
Smart.
Style going to drop it down. Beautiful play there. We're going to overtime.
OT will be the decider. Do we go to game 5 or does it end in a 3-1? As Lincoln Land wanting to set off here. They've had a couple kickoff goals but could not get it to fall. Now, looking there is Nuo. He's got no team in front of him, but he's going to try and run it himself. Has no flip reset and only three tires touched. Not all 4. That's a shot on. That could be a save from Ace, and he does. And man, oh man, the Cougars striking right now, but unable to find pay dirt. Another shot, another possession, and still no goal.
Bucky now driving it in the bus to the corner, going off the backboard, not quite enough boost. Ace trying to send it away. Nuo finally sending it to the corner. Lincoln Land showed us how good their offense can be. Now we're seeing how good their defense
Style.
is. Ace with the touch. There's a chance here. Light with the soft touch. Nuo finally sending it out to the corner. Oh, that was dangerous for Lincoln Land, and somehow by the skin of their teeth they get away from that one.
Oh, a big touch there from Nuo to set it up. He's going to find a clear on the bump, but that is drawing light up. It could be dangerous. Ace pass one, but again, that was the third committing on offense. Style has a flip pass. He keeps it low, but Light reads it so well. Left to right, much like a book. Now Ace looking for Light. Light, though, ready for the sidewall pass, not the infield burner. And Style collecting it once again. You have to wonder what the flag bearer has in store for the Cougars as he has willed them back into this game, almost into this series, as that one is dissuaded. I like the idea. I love the play. Not liking the shot. Don't give it back to the defense. Find control.
And I actually really like how that works out too. Nuo sees it. He's not going to be able to actually try and get the shot on, so opts to send it back into the corner as Ace now trying to get control here in his own corner as SIU tries to go on the attack, but SIU has like 2 seconds to get offense going, and it immediately gets cleared away by Lincoln Land. These clears have been phenomenal. Their midfield presence has been insane, but here comes Bucky in the battle bus, immediately challenged by Nuo. There's going to be a shot on there from Undead Saul as he's going to try and track this one off the ceiling to the backboard. No boost, not able to get the challenge. Ace now to the sidewall, does end up getting the touch, but again, no boost, so boost management becoming critical here. Ace with the pass, center, Nuo not able to get the shot on, but that's a defensive double commit, as you said, but Style gets the demo onto Light, so that's going to slow things down here a little bit for the Loggers, as we are now almost 2.5 minutes into this overtime.
Feels bad. Flip means it's just going to be a 50-50 here, and Light has control, but he lost it. Ace got one up in the air. This Undead's the last man back. It's so awkward. Ace is going to do it and shut the door. No game 5. The Loggers will not go easy into the night. They will not stay defeated as they make it a 3-1 series and go 1-1 on the young season.
I tell you what, we may not have gone to Game 5, but we almost got a Game 5 there in overtime in Game 4 as we got 2.5 minutes into it. What a series between these two teams. We knew this was going to be close coming into this just based off their performances from last week, but I don't think any of us thought it was going to be like that. What a performance from both teams. Like, I don't even really have anything else to say. That was just phenomenal from both sides of the coin.
Nothing else, you sure? I mean, I'm still in awe, man. We talk about it. You looked like it was going to be a runaway. You saw Lincoln Land's offense ramp up games 3 into game 4. They get the goal that carry over, and you're like, okay, I think Lincoln Land shuts out. And then all of a sudden, Style switch. It's back on. Hold up. This light's going to turn off. But,
Yeah.
Oh,
click. Yep.
It's on. Switch is on. And unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Enough to get it into golden goal territory, but not enough to push them over. And so now I want to see them build around the styles that make them more of a team. I want to see and I hate to say styles because, it's the guy's name, Style. I want to see Style be a more... I like the goals from the guy, but I want to see a little bit more passing come out of it because, we're going to start to see teams key in on, all right, Style's the shooter. We got to take him out.
And if I'm Southern Illinois, what I do between weeks 2 and 3, practice passing.
Find your teammates.
Exactly. No, literally, like, go back and watch those replays. Like, if you're the coach, you go back and watch those replays and go, hey, this is where he was. This is where you were. This was a passing opportunity. This was a passing opportunity. This was an intercepted pass. Now, here's how we can avoid that. So that is going to be the biggest thing, I think, for SIU. For Lincoln Land, that was just an offensive, that was perfect, almost.
Almost perfect. Well, it's not a perfect series, but it's a great way to start their season, getting back at 500 and feeling confident. And that is match number 2, but we have more Rocket League coming up, so we're going to be taking a short break. And after that, hey, I'll be back, he'll be back, and we'll be back here on NECC Week 2. the series. I mean, what can you say? Reverse sweep to start the day. Wait. Are you still here? Guys, what are you doing here? We're taking a break. We're going to be back in an hour. It's over. We had the reverse sweep. We had the 3-1. We're about to take a break. By the way, this has been Foof. That was Oddfellow. This is the NECC Week 2. And like I said, we're taking a short break. But in a bit, we'll be back at 9 o'clock Eastern with more Rocket League action. Love you. Appreciate you. See you then.
Well, hello and welcome back to some more Rocket League here on the NECC. I am here with the one person who definitely knows how to cook in Rocket League. It is Chef Billy. Chef Billy, I gotta ask you, what do we have cooking tonight?
Well, first up out the gate, we got a little bit of border rivalry. The Hastings Hastings coming out of Hastings, Nebraska. The Crimson team there going up against Wartburg College Knights, the Wartburg White squad here, coming out of Waverly, Iowa. So the old Iowa versus Nebraska rivalry now being joined here on the Rocket League pitch. And looking at their schedules coming in, no score reported last week for Hastings Crimson on their opening week of the NECC Spring Split. Wartburg White coming out with a 3-1 victory over University of Wisconsin Whitewater Black. So, they've got a little bit of motion and momentum going behind them from their last week's result. Let's see if they can carry it forward, or are Hastings Crimson going to be able to put themselves into the win column officially, since we just don't know what they did last week.
All right, well, the lineup going on for the Hastings Crimson is going to be Bloody Combat up first, who is an exercise science major and a sophomore. Up next, it is Slothy, who is majoring in finance and business, also a sophomore. And last but not least, it's Chrome Zone Crunch, a business major and a freshman. So, Chef Billy, what is the lineup looking like over there for the Knights?
We will take a look at Wartburg's lineup here. And laughing about it with other names with them. Bruce Brugg, Bruce OG is going to be a computer science major. He's a senior. Electric Step is an accounting freshman major. And arithmetic, I'm not going to say Abraham TC. Undecided as far as their major. Here to place games for Wartburg. And they are a freshman as well. So a little bit of senior leadership here for Wartburg. You've got a senior here in the starting lineup. Maybe that'll really play forward and give them a little bit of extra stability as they go through this series today.
Well, let's get ready to see who will be taking the dub here tonight in our best-of-5 matchup between the Knights and Hastings Crimson. Now, I've gotten the pleasure to see Hastings quite a few times, so I know this is a formidable team. Now, with the Knights, I'm not all too familiar with, so I'm going to be looking forward to seeing how they display their talents here tonight as we get ready to head into game number 1. I know that the Hastings Crimson team, they kind of like to crowd that midfield line. You know, they're not too overly aggressive, they're not too defensive, they just like to really play that middle ground, and I'm wondering how that is going to affect the initial approach coming from the side of the Knights, being that they're a little bit of a wild card so far.
Well, I mean, we'll see once they come out the gate here. Wartburg White going to be on the immediate defense. Nice little aerial play in the back. Dunk opportunity. Holy cow. Chrome Zone Crunch. Early goal, 7 seconds in. That was a beautiful little setup on the back. Just a wonky touch there coming out of Electric.
Oh, yeah, they like that midfield right there. Look at Chrome Zone Crunch. They came right from the midfield line, right up the middle, and was able to get the touch off of that pass. And now already it's going to be a 1-0 lead in favor of Hastings Crimson, as now they're looking to get 2, but it will be Abraham to take control with not a lot of boost to work with, as they will be denied at the midfield line.
A little 50 play there at the midfield. Everybody looking for a mega boost there, just kind of overstepping it from both sides. Nice little touch along the wall. Going forward for Bruce. Gonna let it kind of trickle out there and kind of peter out the attack.
Oh my goodness. Got to give a shout out to Bruce real quick, just because I have not seen that Batmobile since the early days of the RLCS, giving me some very big Cookser vibes, and I'm all here for it. Meanwhile, Chrome Zone Crunch gonna try and get the job done at the midfield line. Does get beat out, but now it's going to be another turn for Hastings. They take this one out into the corner, and it is met again by the Knights, and now we're starting to see a real tug-of-war start to develop at the midfield.
I mean, it's all about controlling the resources there, isn't it, Captain? I mean, we're just looking for somebody to be able to bust out, somebody to find a connecting pass, maybe go switch field, go against the run of play, and find an empty trailing player on the other side. However, nice little carry into the ground. There it is. There's the equalizer, minute 16 in.
Yeah, and we saw right there coming from combat that, that flip reset, it looked cool, it was great. But where were you going with that? Where was the end game? I'm thinking maybe if they would have just taken a stationary hit, it would have been, a little bit more practical. But hey, that's an open opportunity there for the Knights to take control and use a little bit less flashy but more fundamental approach. And now we have ourselves a 1-1 tie ball game.
I mean, we're here in the Emergence Great Plains Division, so this is a great place to learn, great place to get yourself some experience in a competitive setting, and we are seeing that right here, right now. Minute and a half off the clock. Looking for electric step here to move forward. Nice little pass into space, looking for a teammate.
I'm honestly really hoping that we see at least one Cookser pinch come from Slothy, because it would just make it would just make my day. You know, if you don't want to do it for your team, then do it for Captain. Meanwhile, Slothy ends up on the board with what we like to call not a caster's curse, but a caster's blessing.
Yes, and I mean, you just a little bit of wonky touches there, a little bit of indecision, not really having any intent behind the pass there. Just touched the ball for goodness sake, and well, it just went right in the path of Slothy, and Slothy buries it home.
Yeah, you see, I love when that happens because I'm used to casters cursing everybody. Whenever I say their name, something bad usually happens. That time I was talking about Slothy and they managed to find one on the board. So we're off to a good start here in game one as we just passed the 3-minute mark. And now look at this pass coming from Chrome Zone, trying to find anyone in the midfield. Unfortunately, no one was there. And now Bruce Spruce trying to get the job done here for the Knights, trying to equalize, but having a little bit of difficulty getting past the defense of Hastings.
Well, I mean, nice little aerial 50 up there in the sky, and, we're keeping a little bit more pressure down here in the Hastings defensive third. You love to see it. Now we need to see the defensive or the offensive rotations get a little bit cleaner here. Maybe find an earlier touch. Don't try to carry the ball all in by yourself.
Well, you can hardly ever get it done by yourself. It takes a team, and it takes a bloody combat to get the epic save and clear it away. But that was not without effort. I have to say that was one of the better attempts that we have seen so far from the Knights. It is only that the Hastings defense is really coming back strong.
I mean, Captain, if that had any more of a little oomph behind it, even a little puff of wind would have taken that ball over the plane of the goal line, but no joy for them there. Sub 2 minutes, and we're looking at Wartburg. Wartburg is starting to get their act together. They're starting to connect some passes, starting to get some nice rotations on both sides of the field. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of them. Now let's see if Hastings can answer and relieve some of this pressure.
We'll take a look at this. You got Slothy going for the swish and flick, but can't get the finish. It will be electric step to get the save and clear it away. And now going to transition back into the offensive side. Chrome Zone trying to get it out of their own half is met at the midfield again, but hold the phone. Here comes a combat that does get denied by Abraham, and now off the backboard goes for the pinch and manages to get it out, but it doesn't go far.
I mean, nice little setup there from Electric Step, and I mean, you're looking for that extra trail right there, just not on the same page with their teammate. That is going to be a redirect, but a nice little intervention there. Nice aerial 50 coming through from Wartburg, and now we're less than 60 seconds away. One goal separates these two teams.
Yeah, well, guess what? Let's make it 2. Let's just add another one on to that. When you get past plays like that, more often than not, they're going to find the back of the net, and it was Slothy to get it up off the backboard, and then Chrome Zone Crunch is there to put it away. Now a 2-goal cushion in favor of Hastings.
I mean, that's just a wonderfully set play. And I mean, that ball had some mustard coming off the backboard there, and a nice little redirect. You don't have to necessarily go in there at 100 miles an hour. But what you do need to do is have a very quick answer. Electric Step answers 4 seconds later, back to a 1-goal deficit.
Don't you just love Rocket League coincidences? Why is it that almost every time one team scores, there's usually an instant rebuttal within the next kickoff? I don't know why. It happens in ranked, it happens in competitive matches, collegiate, even in the RLCS. And it's just so baffling on how quickly you can go from being absolutely scoreless to all of a sudden having a kickoff goal right off the rip.
You love it. You love it. I mean, that's just the Rocket League gods smiling upon Wartburg and trying to keep them close and keep them motivated in this game. Nice little push down into the corner. And then there's just a scrum down there looking to see who can get a ball clear. Ball loose in front. There's the equalizer. 27 seconds left.
This is a textbook example of perfect passing. Look at this, coming out of the corner. There goes 1. Here comes 2. And the 3-piece Electric Step are able to get the 1-2-3 pass play to equalize. Now 3-3, under 30 seconds left to go, and a possible overtime situation here in game 1.
Absolutely magnificent work on the ball there, and the understanding of knowing where your players are. That's a team play right there. There could have been the equalizer, but the whiff at the very last second. Now they got to race back and hope that they don't get some kind of demolition play. Well, it does have a demo, but it's Wartburg taking them down.
Yep, that it is, and I gotta say, I like the fact that the Knights are starting to take the gloves off here. They're breaking out all the demos on the offense, on the defense, and now with all the seconds gone here in regulation, we will be heading to overtime here in game 1.
Crimson need to win this, otherwise they're going to have a bad mental going into game number 2. They had a 2-goal lead and have squandered it back in the interim, and oh my word, the ball's just dangling on the net. Oh my God! Of all goals to go in, the slow little drop over the top gets it done.
Oh no. Oh no,
12
that's
miles an
really
hour.
That's really all I have to say about that. I mean, that was literally just a concoction of chaos that went the way of the Knights. And you know what? I do believe it says in Rocket League Proverbs that we take those. And you know what? I'm pretty sure the Knights are going to be very comfortable with that, especially having to battle back from a deficit and honestly overperforming. Look at the shot count here. They get 7 shots on target. Meanwhile, 6 are coming from Hastings. So they managed to actually outshoot the side of Hastings by 1 shot. And that 1 shot difference was what got them the win.
Quality touches on the ball, being able to play as a total 3. The rotations got cleaner as the game went on, so they really warmed up going into it. And I think now for them, they need to carry this momentum in game number 2. This is a best of 5 or a first of 3, so we'll see what Hastings have up their sleeve. They scored 2 pretty quick goals, and then we saw the answers coming back. So I mean, for Wartburg right now, they've got to feel like they're on top of the sky.
Oh, absolutely. And, with that being said, I think this is a telltale sign of a pretty close series because Hastings was there neck and neck throughout the entire time. And actually, they had the lead. It was their game to win. And then you had a couple of oopsies daisies, one little flips bad, man, and then all of a sudden it goes the way of the Knights. But let's see if Hastings has what it takes to answer back here in game 2.
Well, I mean, off the rip right there, you see a nice little play coming out from Wartburg. Yeah, they've definitely got their foot on the accelerator right now, Captain Ahsoka. This is what we want to see from them. You want to see them be a good front runner, get their noses out in front, and really take it to this Hastings squad.
Well, now take a look. It's going to be Slothy leading the charge here, going for a little finesse with the back flick, but not being able to get it to go, as Abraham will now take control. We'll give it up to Chrome Zone. Trying to go for a little bit of extra crunch on that touch, but it goes just a wee bit too far, and the follow-up shot not quite on target either.
That's a great collapse on goal, too, knowing that their teammate had 0 boost, probably calling it out in comms, covering the goal line with 2 on the line and not allowing that shot to get anywhere near a threatening position. So great little rotation there coming from Wartburg on their defensive end.
Yeah, nice little pool shot, too. They hit Chrome Zone into the ball, and it actually worked out. A little teammate-on-teammate bump and boost just to give you a little extra juice. And now, once again, we will see Combat trying to lead the way. Goes in towards the corner, and a nice 50, a good stop defensively by Electric Step.
I'm looking at Abraham, and every time that we go to Abraham, he's almost always on 0 boost, so they're really starving Abraham out of any kind of resources here. And oh, my word, that should have been a goal. What a touch.
I mean, it was there. We had all the ingredients, but unfortunately, the one ingredient they lacked was sharing the sugar. They weren't able to get the pass play going. That's why they couldn't find the back of the net. But it's going to be the Knights' turn to try and take a chance on the net. But now the rebuttal coming from Chrome Zone Crunch puts this one on the back wall of the Knights, looking to get a touch, but finds nothing but air. No good there.
I mean, nice little aerial pass, and they're looking for the waterfall at the top. There it is! Maybe a little help coming in from Hastings, but the accuracy was there and the threat was there, and that's exactly what you wanted to see, was a touch coming in. Electric Step putting it goal bound, and yeah, there was a little touch there on the end, but still, it was the placement of it and the speed. Doesn't take a rocket going in.
Also got to give credit to Abraham on that pass, too. They were in transition. They were there just trying to clear the ball out, and they managed to line that one up perfectly for a fast break long field play. So nice little quarterback pass coming from Abraham on that last go. And now Abraham looks to try and get a shot off, but Chrome Zone is there to put that one back down. But hold the phone. Here we go. Electric Step will find the back of the net yet again for the Knights.
Look at this step up at midfield coming out of the back line. Electric Step throws it goal bound and actually gets credit for the goal because I thought it had touched a Wartburg offender there, but no, just a shot from long range in the traffic in front gives them the 2-goal margin.
And now here comes Slothy getting up in the mix but can't get a touch. Will be Electric Step to be denied by Chrome Zone Crunch. Back out towards the corner. Bloody Combat. trying to find some combat, but does get beat there. Chrome Zone again. Gonna send this one back into the Wartburg side, but again, the rebuttal from the defense is pretty strong from the Knights.
I mean, a little bit of an overcommittal there coming out from Wartburg. They leave the ball in a pretty serviceable position, you know, not really any threat behind it. Just decided to get back and get themselves into their rotations to defend it up against this next attack.
And a little demo on top, you know, a little spice makes everything nice. As you can see, they're going to go for the pass now, and they will merely get it to go, but Electric Step was actually bumped into their own shot and forced the clear. That is some big brain, high IQ plays coming from Hastings.
I mean, you don't see that very often, using your defender to save the shot on goal, and I mean, perfectly placed. Amount of boost there gets them in the front of it. So now, you know, we're sub 2 minutes here, and we're looking to see what kind of an answer Hastings have. I think that, you know, that last overtime loss in game number 1 might still be playing in their heads.
Oh, absolutely. Rocket League amongst all esports, but especially Rocket League, very momentum-based. All it takes is one good play to put your team back on top, and that's what Hastings really need to do, because since coming out of that overtime, they are now relinquishing 3 unanswered goals, and finally they get themselves on the board here in Game 2.
I mean, what a nice little turn there coming through, and I mean, this is exactly what they needed. The doctor wrote up a perfect prescription for them to get out of their doldrums. Now, 78 seconds left here in game number 2. They're only down by a goal. Let's see what Wartburg has in store for them. Do they play more conservatively, or do they go more for goals?
Nah, they were playing conservatively already, and that cost them to relinquish 1 goal. They really can't afford to relax anymore. That 2-goal cushion's gone. I'm sorry, you got to get back into the action now, and you can see the Knights already stepping up their offense. Meanwhile, a long clear all the way downfield will be answered by the Knights as a bloody combat. We'll now send one off the backboard. Tactical lift there, and it is picked up by Bruce Spruce. But the offense coming from Hastings will not let up. As you can see, finally it looks as though the Knights have a little breathing room.
Yeah, I think they got their accelerator back in operating order here. They've been punched in the mouth a little bit. Maybe not expecting to come back down, letting up 4 unanswered goals almost, and now, you know, they're back into winning ways. Now let's see if they can equalize here with 23 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, well, Chrome Zone gonna go for a touch. There it is on target, but Bruce Spruce is there to get in the way. An epic save. Now with only 13 seconds left to go, time still on the clock. It can be done. The answer is, will it be done? As you can see, coming out of the corner yet again, Hastings have an opportunity. Slothy puts one up just a little high, and it goes awry. That is going to be another game win for the Knights.
I mean, Wartburg right now on a tear. 2 games in a row, they're sitting on match point. And, you know, look at the shots. I mean, definitely a little bit more coming out from Hastings there. 8 shots or 9 shots on goal compared to 6. And, you know, the 2-1 score line belies what happened there. And I tell you what, sometimes quality over quantity is what you want. And that's exactly what Wartburg delivered there. So Hastings now facing a match point here against the Knights from Wartburg College out of Waverly, Iowa. The Iowa-Nebraska rivalry definitely in the driver's seat right now.
Absolutely, and I also want to bring attention to those saves. Look at that. You got 6 saves coming from the side of the Knights. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it was the Knights, correct? Yeah, the Knights were the ones in the red. You see, it's confusing because Hastings, crimson, you think orange, you know, you think the other color, but no, they're on the blue side. But regardless, no, the Knights coming through with 6 saves that game. Absolutely phenomenal. And also, have to reiterate, it is the pass plays that win the games. And coming from the side of the Knights, every goal they had, those 2 both came off of passes. 2 assists on the board, 2 goals on the board. Meanwhile, you only had 1 goal coming from Hastings, and unfortunately, it was a solo play. It was a great play, don't get me wrong. A nice counterattack and fast break will definitely make anyone's day, but it is the pass plays overall that will make the biggest difference, and I think we have seen that so far coming from the side of the Knights.
Yeah, Wartburg definitely playing as a 3-man unit instead of trying to rely on individual skill. And I mean, yeah, individual skill can get you a lot done in Rocket League, but what you really need is this coordinated team play, especially in the lower divisions here. You know, those smaller schools, you know, you want to be able to play as a 3-man unit and really get your rotations clear. Fundamental of Rocket League, make sure that you have somebody always lurking in defense, make sure that you're going forward when the opportunity presents itself.
And speaking of an opportunity, here comes Abraham, able to capitalize on this opportunity. Again, coming off the pass from Electric Step, a little elongated, but still they'll get credit as you see Abraham able to get past not one, not two, but three defenders to find the back of the net in a short 30 seconds.
Well, not as quick as our first two goals coming out in this series. They made us wait 30 seconds. So we'll see. Now, what Wartburg have here, they have the lead. They've got a 2-goal game lead sitting on match point. So they're, technically 4 minutes and 15 seconds away from closing this series out in the sweep.
And now counterattack finally underway from Hastings as they do get past that midfield line. And now this one goes up high. A possible shot there, but unfortunately, bloody combat just couldn't connect.
Yeah, a little bit of try for flippers it there from Slothy as that midfield mega was gone. And, they're starting to be stolen out of their resources. We've had this game at midfield where you said, Hastings likes to control the midfield. Well, you know what? So does Wartburg. And they're getting the better end of it right now.
And that they are, and they're also doing a really good job at controlling. As you can see, Electric Step now going to control their way all the way back into the Hastings half until they are able to clear this one back out and send it the other way. The follow-up shot is saved once again by Electric Step, who managed to get back in time on defense and recover nicely.
I mean, that's great all-field coverage here. I mean, all points of the pitch are under the gaze of Electric Step. And, we've seen goals, we've seen assists, we've seen saves. And, this player is all over the place.
Oh, well, now Hastings need to get all over the offensive side of the ball. They have got to get out of their own half. As you can see, Chrome Zone does get the pass out, and it goes to combat, but they can't get it to go. A little bit too soft on the touch, as now this one does go up high, and the possession will remain to Chrome Zone, who is able to get that one to go. And now we are tied back up at 1 apiece.
Crossbar challenge completed there by Chrome Zone, and look at this, just a nice little kiss, nice little angle to that. Just the right amount of speed to be able to kiss underneath the bottom of the crossbar and wiggle its way in. So, equalizer in. A little less than 3 minutes left here in game number 3. This is exactly what Hastings need to get themselves back in the series.
The crossbar is like the most fickle friend you ever had. Sometimes it's an absolute curse. Other times it's a blessing. I can never get my crossbar touches to go down and in like that. I'm telling you, the crossbar definitely liking Hastings right now. But with this 1-1 tie right at the half, it's still anybody's game here. As you see, this one does go up high and off the backboard, not being able to get the touch, and another shot will go on from Slothy. Right at the 2-minute 31 mark, we have ourselves again a Hastings lead.
Yep, that's a whiff and a misplay right there coming out of Bruce, and just leaves an open net there and left their goal line defender out to dry like the laundry. And now there's a lead. This is the first lead they've had since game number 1. So this is what they need to do now. They need to be able to hold this lead for the next 2.5 minutes, and they'll bring us to a game number 4.
Yeah, well, here we go. Another pass play going towards the net. And look at Slothy getting up there in the mix. I guess either trying to find the ball or maybe even finding a little bit of contact there. But still, the defense from the Knights did hold on pretty nicely. And now, once again, Slothy slowing things down. Able to get past the midfield. A huge demo will give them a 1v1 opportunity. But Abraham is there to get the save and clear it away.
I mean, that's a wonderful individual effort there from Abraham. I mean, fast break opportunity, 1v1, guesses right, goes low left, and they get the save.
And now the Knights have to find an answer for themselves to get an opening on their opponent's net. Meanwhile, Abraham again does get over one. Slothy there in the back turns to get the save right on a dime. And now Bruce hits this one off the ceiling, but it is caught by Chrome Zone. And a huge demo on Slothy, but unfortunately not much doing there as their teammates have to recover to play defense and narrowly avoiding yet another goal from Hastings.
I mean, that's a little bit less of intent there. I don't know what the intent was behind the carry. You just kind of dump it into the middle and hope for something, and the rest of the team was on their way back to defend. So, well, a little wonky shot goes there. Oh, what a save from Abraham off the goal line.
Oh, absolutely. Now hold on. That dunk did have what it took to go, but Chrome Zone was there to say no, as now we have just under a minute left to go, and still a 1-goal game, still definitely doable here for the Knights.
And Wartburg really want to get an equalizer here. They did it with 27 seconds to take us into overtime in game number 1. So we'll see if they have this late game magic. Once again, nice little goal line stand there from the Knights on their defense. Now pushing forward, 32 seconds left, ball in the air.
And off the backboard it goes too, and Slothy able to get the 50-50. But look at this cross from the man in the follow-up touch. Electric Step did put that one within the crosshairs, but did not pull the trigger. That one was almost too close for comfort there for Crimson, but the Knights have not given up until finally a huge clear does come from Chrome Zone, and they're able to finally get this one out.
I mean, 3 seconds left. We're going to be looking for a 0-second drill here to get themselves forward, see if somebody can get a touch on it. They're going to try and ground it. They're not done yet. Ball still live, and we're going to see if Electric Step and the Knights can do something with this ball. 0 boost to work with for Electric Step. They're going to go up along the wall there. That should do it right there, unless they can get a touch here at the end. They do. So, a little bit of extra bonus Rocket League there with the 0-second drill, but Hastings Crimson facing match point, bring it back together and take the 1-goal victory here in game number 3.
Yeah, and that was just an absolute shootout. You got 10 shots coming from Hastings. Meanwhile, you got the side of the Knights getting half of that, and they were forced to play defense nearly the entire time. Again, having to come up with 7 saves. You got 4 coming from Hastings, and it was because that Hastings wasted so much time off the clock. It seemed like that 1 goal was insurmountable for the Knights. They just spent too much time in their own half. They were forced to play defense, forced to come up with save after save, and they didn't have enough time on the clock to try and get the job done on offense.
Once again, it was the midfield battle that really set the tenor of this third game. We saw a lot of control going towards Hastings in the midfield. Also, they started finding their passing game. Instead of trying to rely on individual effort, they really started finding each other on the pitch, and they got the full value out of it. 10 shots and forcing that many saves. Yeah, that's a definite amount of pressure to be under.
Well, here we go. Game 4 underway, and already shots being taken, but none scored. Early aggression coming from the Knights, as now you'll see Abraham does get an unfortunate miss, but we'll come down with it. Doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, though, as that one is scooped up very quickly. Bruce Spruce there for the save, going up high. Electric Step able to get the touchdown to Slothy, and Slothy gets past 1, goes for 2, but gets denied.
I mean, the tempo also has been changed here by Hastings. Hastings is going quicker. They're not allowing these passing plays to develop and allowing Wartburg to find their space in the pitch to get behind the defense. So, I mean, look at the little double commit here on the wall. That's going to get punished, and the ball is going to go wiggle loose. There's a loose ball in front. Nice little goal line save there. And now the outbreak comes from Wartburg. Really looking to see them, gel it together, see what they brought in games 1 and 2, because they looked a little lost there in game number 3.
Just a little bit, but now a good recovery coming from the side of the Knights. We'll put this one back into Hastings territory as this touch from Abraham finds its way to the middle, but it is cleared out. Chrome Zone now with the touch and a huge dunk, putting this one inside of the danger for the Knights, but they managed to recover nicely. Back to the midfield we go, and now Bruce going for the double, but can't get the touch, and the follow-up shot will be denied as well.
I mean, great play from both sides there. The little dummy aerial in the sky, leaving it for their teammates to have a perfectly set up shot. But Chrome Zone, once again, riding on the spot, got the save. Beautiful work.
Hastings now trying to take a turn here, but are struggling to get out of their own territory. Meanwhile, this touch from Abraham will go out to the side. Just a little bit too much oomph. Bruce Spruce could not put that one down close enough, but a 50-50 coming from Electric Step will put this one back towards the mid, and a beautiful touch from Chrome Zone, nearly being able to get that one to go as this pass does go out to the side. The follow-up shot is on, and it will go off the sidebar.
Bruce has come up with 2 gem saves so far in this game, keeping this score level there. It's 2 definite goal-scoring opportunities that has been turned aside by the defender there, and I love it. Wartburg definitely playing themselves into game number 4. They seem to have found their way again.
Yeah, this is actually getting pretty intense now that we have passed an entire half of regulation. 2 minutes and 30 left on the board, and finally, we have our first score. Slothy is there to receive the pass, coming from Chrome Zone, and now Hastings have a lead in game 4.
I think that's the perfect example of a Booth blessing right there. We mentioned that there wasn't a score at halftime, and 2 seconds later, we got one on the board. Beautiful work there from Hastings. They weathered the initial storm coming out of Wartburg, and now they have themselves in the lead. Less than 2:30 on the clock. We might be seeing a game number 5.
We very well could be. We might be taking a trip to Champions Field. Meanwhile, Chrome Zone does try to get that one to go, but will be denied off the backboard. Slothy now will use the Batmobile to fly high, trying to get underneath it. Does find a pass. The shot is on, and it will go in. Hastings now find 2.
Oh, whoopsie. I mean, that was a beautiful little flip. Look at this, just little touchy touch. Get over the top of Abraham. I mean, you can't say that. That's just finessing the ball into the back of the net.
Fantastic display from Hastings' own offense. Now the Knights try to get their own offense to try and start getting something done. Meanwhile, this one does go back towards the midfield. You can see electric step. Not able to keep control of that one. Chrome Zone does send this one all the way back into the Knights' territory off the side, and it is open for business as Slothy will find the 3rd goal of Game 4 for Hastings Crimson.
Take a look at this. You can see him get called off, and then Slothy with a clinical finish there. That's great comms. You can see it playing in our screen here. That is exactly what you want to see. Those nice comms calling him off. Hat trick lead, 1:45 left on the clock.
You gotta love it when you can't even see the comms, you can't hear the comms, but you can tell just by the way a play is made. Now Hastings again will be taking possession as that touch does send this one back into the Knights half out of the corner. Electric step, gonna give their teammate a little breathing room here. Got just a minute and 20 remaining. Definitely not out of this one yet. The Knights now try to bring a little more aggression.
Well, the big problem right now is that they are on a skid. They have lost 1 game here. Now they're in danger of losing 2. And if they don't score a goal here, I'm going to be very worried about the mental. We talked about how, game 1 with the favor of Wartburg in overtime, and you saw that effect carry over to game number 2. Game number 5 might just be a bloodbath should they not even score a conciliatory goal here.
I'll be completely honest. If the side of the Knights don't score a goal here, I don't see them making a big comeback in Game 5. Hastings have been on a tear. They got 3 unanswered goals on the board, and they have been completely in control of this match, controlling the tempo, controlling the pace, and being able to run that clock ragged now with just over 30 seconds remaining.
I mean, nice little demo there that's going to stop the attack as well. So, I mean, down 1, I mean, they can just play for time now. I mean, 3 goals, that's, 1 for every 8 seconds now. It's going to take a monumental effort for Wartburg to get anything on the board here. I still think, if they score 1, it resets the mental just slightly.
Oh, absolutely. No matter what the circumstance is, you could be down 20 goals. You still have got to get at least 1 on the board before you head into your next matchup. But I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get it done as the final second does tick off the clock. And now this one will hit the dirt, and it will be Hastings Crimson who tie up the series at 2-2.
I mean, 2 on the trot now for Hastings Crimson. Nebraska pulling themselves ahead of Iowa now. They really want to close this out in 5 games. Wartburg, man, they started off hot. They came back from a 2-goal deficit in game number 1 to come back and win the game in overtime, and then winning game number 2 pretty easily. Now Hastings on a roll. They win the 3rd game by 1 goal. Then they get blanked out. They blank out the Wartburg Knights 3-0 in game number 4. We're heading to Champions Field with a ton of Grimson momentum going forward.
Yeah, and it's making me think, oh my goodness, the reverse sweep is on the board. It's been an impressive run coming from the side of Crimson ever since game 2. And, even though they dropped game 2, they still showed a good bit of promise. And now it is paid in dividends here as now we're heading to Champions Field, going to game 5. And not only that, but they're going into game 5 on a shutout win. That is absolutely monumental for their momentum and for their morale. And right now, like I said, even in game 4, if we didn't see the Knights get at least 1 goal on the board, I just did not like their chances, as now we are here in game 5.
Well, nice little bit of early aggression coming out of Wartburg. You want to see that coming through. Nice little waterfall pass on the top. There it is. Slothy on the back of the little teardrop floating from heaven. Buries it in the back of the net.
Yep, this is what you did not want to see, and that's Hastings starting to feel themselves. They are getting in that mindset of just popping off, and they have not stopped now. Just 24 seconds gone, even 6 seconds faster than in game number 4. Here in game 5, Hastings are on the board first.
Well, nice little individual play here coming in from Electric Step, but you need to find some teammates. You need to, control the ball. I know that you're trying to go in for a 1v1 matchup, but, you guys were getting much more work done when you were involving all 3 members of the team at the time.
And that's just a difference in pacing. You got one teammate that wants to go really fast, the other player trying to really take their time. And I can't help but notice when they were taking their time, they were doing a little bit better. But meanwhile, Chrome Zone doesn't have any time to waste. They got to get to the back of the net, and they have got to do it now. Off of this pass from Slothy that puts it ever so perfectly in front of the net. And that is now a 2-goal lead for Hastings in under a minute.
I mean, that's a nice little payback for the waterfall pass going into Slothy on the first goal. Well, Slothy says, no, if you can do it for me, I can do it for you, my friend, and there's 2 on the board.
And now Bloody Combat looks to try and get that one to go, but the rebuttal, since this one almost on target there. Oh, and now here we go. We have a Rule 1. Let's see if it breaks. No, they're going to stay true. One does not simply break Rule 1, Chef.
No. I mean, if they break it, I'm going to be very upset with both of them and have stern words towards their management. But what it does leave in the interim is a 2v2 situation. They're still locked up over there in the corner. Yes, they are. And now shot on goal. No joy there. There's a follow-up. It's still saved. Oh, my gosh. Abraham and company. There we go. Goal goes in. Finally, Electric Step finally gets the garbage goal in front.
I'm pretty sure Bruce Spruce had a near heart attack in that Rule 1 watching that ball almost not go in. Bruce Spruce had a front row seat to that mosh that was happening, that mosh pit in front of that net. Oh, that must have been nearly devastating, but it did end up going in, and now the Knights are back within 1.
I mean, that's their first goal in 2 games. So, I mean, that's definitely got to get the blood pumping through the fingers once again. And now it's about what kind of tenacity do you have. You got 3 minutes to equalize this game and take us to an overtime in game number 5.
Well, they got plenty of time to get it done. 3 minutes on the board. Electric Step going to give the possession away here to Hastings, going into the full retreat now out of the corner. Here comes Chrome Zone Crunch with a shot on, and it will be saved by Electric Step, who gets there just in time.
I mean, that's a great little pinch shot there to save that goal-bound shot. And now pressure being turned right back on to Hastings. This is where we saw a lot of work. Oh, no. The comms were not good there for Wartburg as they clash into each other. And now they're going to try and recollect themselves and get something done. But Slothy takes down Electric Step in the interim.
Only 1/2 of regulation to go. We are past that 2:30 mark. Hastings still with the 1-goal lead, but still very much in contention. The Knights try to finish this one out, and Abraham will be the one to finally put this one home, as once again, Chef, we have ourselves a tie ball game.
Crucial touch there from Electric Step just to get the little carom off the backboard. Just that little nudge to redirect the ball back into the path of Abraham. And Abraham unerring with the shot. 2:16 left on the clock. We got an even game.
And it's absolutely mind-boggling to see Hastings get 2 early goals, looking to get a 3rd, but they ring both sides of the posts, and it will be for naught as now the counterattack underway, looking for some mind trickery, but doesn't get past Bloody Combat. Now it will be Chrome Zone. Pass this one out. The pass is there. The shot was there, but so was Abraham. That is going to be an epic save.
I mean, just a nice little redirect of the torque or of the chassis there to get the ball back or get the body back around, going against the run of play. Shot on goal. What again from Electric Step? The bicycle save.
That is none short of impressive there, because I could have swore, at least from our angle, Chef, that one was going in, but lo and behold, the defender was literally in the right position, and now a nice little floater will be denied by Chrome Zone Crunch. As another shot coming from Bruce Spruce. You're not saving that one. That finds the back of the net, and now the Knights will take the lead here in Game 5.
Never say die, Captain, and that's exactly what happened. They got the goal. And that really restarted their mindset. And now, 3 on the trot. 1:22 left on the clock here. They've got the lead here in game number 5. They finally rewoke it back up. The punches have healed. The black eyes are open, and now they're open for business.
That they are. Still a minute left here. Still plenty of time to equalize and send us into a possible Game 5 overtime. Meanwhile, the 50-50 does go back the way of Hastings. And now a perfect touch here for Slothy, nearly being able to get it past the goalie, but no. A nice, well-timed read will deny the advance from Hastings Crimson.
Well, man, this is going to be a very tense last 60 seconds here, Captain, as we're looking for an equalizer out of Hastings. They've clawed their way back into the series, being down 0-2. The reverse sweep is still on the table. They've just got to be able to get themselves into the back of the net. 38 seconds left. Big booming clear from Electric Step.
And now another touch that is quite the boomer will be going out towards the corner. Bloody Combat able to clear that one out. Back to the mid. Abraham sends that one down, but here comes Electric Step that gets the touch. Will not be on target, and a nice demo onto Slothy. Now the follow-up will be going on, but Chrome Zone able to get the save. Running out of time now, only 10 seconds left to go.
Oh, there's a screamer going in. Slothy in the perfect place, perfect time. Gets the ball airborne, but it's met 50 at the midfield by Wartburg. Wartburg 4 seconds away from victory and pulling themselves away from the reverse sweep.
And there you have it. No reverse sweep here today. The Knights finally able to close that one out in 5, but GG's all around. And also a well-deserved GG's to Hastings for making that one such a nail-biter. But at the end of the day, the biggest of the G's, both G's, are going to go to the Knights for being able to finally confirm their win in 5 games.
Man, I mean, that was a back-and-forth series, and I thought, you know, Hastings had the momentum going in. It's just when they let that one goal in, the beautiful little redirect there from Electric Step got them back into their winning ways, and they take the series 3-2.
Yep, that they do. Well, Chef, that is going to do us there for game number 1, and we are going to take a quick short break, but when we come back, we're going to have a second game lined up for you, so do not go anywhere. We will be back with more Rocket League action for you right here at the NECC. Well, hello and welcome back to more Rocket League right here at the NECC. Once again, I am Captain Etsoka, joined by the one Rocketeer who is always cooking. It is Chef Billy. Chef, we already got one game in the books, and now we're heading to our next matchup. What can you tell us to expect as we get ready to head into this one?
Well, we're going to stay in the Emergence Division. However, we're going to the Pacific Frontier Conference. We're going to have the Oklahoma Christian University Eagles JV going up against the California State University Sacramento Green team. Neither team has had an official result so far. One with a bye, that'll be Sac State Green having a week 1 bye, and then a reschedule versus GFU Varsity week number 1 for OC Eagles. So they're going to be looking to get themselves on to the record of matter here in our spring split. So this is their first official game of this split. We'll see what they can get done.
All right, so what you're telling me is that both of these teams are undefeated.
Yes.
All right, well, there you go. That's going to be one doozy of a matchup. But let's take a look at the rosters that make up the team. Of course, when we're talking about these two teams, we do have an impressive lineup. And from the side of SAC State, it is going to be Tycho, a computer science major and a senior. Snipey, a business major and a freshman. And it's Young Oob, computer science major and junior. Have a look at that. Well, Chef Billy, I honestly can say that I am ready to get into this one.
I am absolutely ready to get into this game. We're waiting on a roster confirmation here. But, we will see that here very shortly. We'll just go ahead and get into game. OC Eagles, looking at, we're probably going to have KG, Solid, Fifi, and Hot Kangaroo there for them. Taking a look at their team sheet. We'll see if that's going to actually be the case here. We've got a couple of seniors there for OC Eagles, Oklahoma Christian University. Not too far from me, about 4 hours from me. I'm here in the middle of the country in southwest Missouri. So a lot of these teams, are relatively near to where I am at. And I always love to give a little bit of local pride going on. But you know what? One of these teams is going to have a winning record coming out of this week. And the other one, well, they're going to be looking down the barrel of an L and working to get themselves back up in week number 3.
Ah, yes, the dreaded L barrel. I gotta tell you, I have many years of experience looking down that barrel, and I gotta tell you, it's never a nice time. Regardless, though, one of these teams will not have to look down that barrel, and it's only a matter of time. But the good thing is that neither of these teams have a lot of experience yet in the NECC, so it should be a fair match either way. But let's get ready to get game number 1 underway once again between these two teams, so we can find out once and for all which one is going to come out on top. And, again, we haven't really gotten to see much of the roster coming out from the Eagles, but I can only imagine that they are comprised of a little bit of a younger crowd, maybe a couple freshmen, maybe some sophomores. But, who knows? They could have one of those leading figures of a senior. But, again, that all remains to be seen.
Yep, and we're going to head in, and it's going to be for the OC Eagles. It's going to be Ghost KG, Solidify, and Sorry About the Bag.
Well, the question is, are you sorry about the bag? Because honestly, whenever I get the bag, I'm never usually too sorry about the bag. Regardless, I am sorry that we cannot bring you that matchup just yet. We're going to have to take a little bit of a technical pause, but we should be underway very shortly. As we can see now, finally, we do have a roster for the Eagles. And look at that. You got a sophomore, you got a freshman, some of the younger ones, and then, of course, leading the way is a senior. That senior is a Ghost Kaiji. Hope I'm saying that correctly. In Soldify or Soldif the Second. I'm not sure, but regardless, it's fun reading these names. And again, sorry about the bag. Mechanical engineer and a freshman. That is going to be making up our Eagles over there for OCJV.
Yep. Just taking a look at it. Looks like a solid. I think it's what? It's going to be Ghost KG or Kiji. Ghost Kiji. Solid fee, yeah. Luigi with an M. They want to be called Muigi. And then we'll see. Sorry about the bag. Fifth, whatever. Looking at their pronunciations, getting a little bit of a debate there coming from Sorry About the Bag there. But yeah, we are having just a little bit of an issue coming in. So we're going to take it to a quick little break while we figure out what's going on with the lobby. We'll be back with you guys in just a few moments.
Oh my God, we're back again. Welcome once again to the NECC. Yeah, some of you older folk might know that, and if some of the younger folk do know that, then congratulations, you're now officially cool. I am Captain Ahsoka once again, joined back by Chef Billy, and what we have heard is that one of our players were having a technical issue. It feels bad. We've all been there. But without further ado, let's get game number one between the OC Eagles and SAC State Green underway.
Well, I mean, Sacramento State here in the orange and the OC Eagles in the blue. We'll see what Oklahoma Christian can get done here in the first part of this game. Already put in the Sac Green, or the Sac State goal under duress. And nice little rotations coming out from the said Sacramento State. Now, they're part of the CSU system, California State University system. This is their JV, this is their smaller team here. So we'll see what they can get done out the gate. Hopefully all the player issues have been settled and put to bed. But talk about being put to bed. Well, that's Patah.
Patah with a little panache on that last shot right there. And again, the tactical whiff coming from their teammate, you know, might have thrown off the defense a little bit, but regardless, that is going to be a 1-0 lead early for the OC Eagles. And now back to kickoffs we go, but hold on, Tycho looks to find the back of the net, but will be denied by Kiji. Now off the backboard, it will be taken once again by Patah. And bumping their opposition out of the way is a good place to start as we approach a minute gone here in game one.
I mean, it reminds me of an R. Kelly song, There Ain't Nothing Wrong with a Little Bump and Grind. And that's exactly what they're getting going on here on the pitch. Shot up high, finds the crossword, and nice little save off the line. Tycho putting it aside. What a save.
What a save, what a save, what a mighty good save is now. You can see it will be Moogly in order to get back in time and find that save. Meanwhile, another attempt coming from SAC State Green will be denied by Kiji. Back out towards the mid, 50-50 going the way of SAC. Over towards the side, a little bit of a double commit may not bode well for SAC, but luckily they are given plenty of time to recover. And now once again on the attack, Patah is there to meet it at the midfield and try and deny the advance. And slowly but surely, they're winding down the clock as they continue to hold on to this 1-0 lead.
Love it, love it. I mean, the action's been back and forth. Both teams have had pretty good opportunities to get in the back of the net. Only joy so far for the Oklahoma Christian JV. Nice little shot on goal. Has to be turned away by the woodwork. And now looking at Sacramento State. Trying to dive in there. Whips over the top of the ball and loses possession. It's a 2v1 going the other way.
Yep, that it is. And look who it is. It is Mugi. Mugi. Regardless, Muigi. Well, guess what? It's a goal. That's what it is. It's not Muigi. It is a goal on the board. 2-0 now in favor of the OC Eagles, thanks to that solo play coming from Muigi, the 7th of the Mario Brothers. Now it is a fantastic showing coming from the Eagles, and SAC State Green have yet to find themselves on the board here in game one.
It's just a little bit of intent, and I mean, they're just 6s and 7s in the back right now, Captain. They're not sure what intent they need to put behind the ball. I mean, all right here, really just being Johnny on the spot, getting a quick little robbery there in the right-hand corner and buries it in the back of the net.
And not before halftime either. 2 minutes and 37. Nearly half of regulation gone. SAC really struggling to get their groove here. Meanwhile, the Eagles are flying away with it. As you can see, this backboard touch for young Oob does find its way into the middle, but can't find a teammate. And literally nothing but time for the Eagles, as all three defenders were there and waiting. And now here comes Patah off the ceiling. Not able to get the follow-up touch as the SAC State Green defense barely makes it back in time.
I mean, right place, right time there for Snipey. I don't know if they were meaning to be there, but they were. And there's a demolition in front of the goal. And on the result of that, ball goes in the back of the net.
Now, you see, that's what I like. Those are the plays that really hit home for me. And I'm pretty sure they hit home for the defense, too, because that was an absolute banger of a demo. And now SAC State Green finally have their first goal of game one.
Not too soon, right before the 2-minute mark. We'll see what young Ube can do here offensively. Nice little carry, nice little touch in there. Luigi there on the goal line to be able to deny the goal going in. Now Snipey going to the air. Looking for a little bit of cross play here over the side. They're all battling around the Mega. Finally, the ball squirts out, and it's a 2-0 breakout. That'll be a goal.
Muiji wanted to steal that one. I felt it. They thought about it. Watch the hesitation. Watch the little maneuver that Muiji makes. I'm gonna turn it. No, I'm gonna let it go. Muiji, good on you, mate. Way to let your teammate get what was due. And now another 3-goal lead for the OC Eagles with just 1:40 to go.
Well, open net there. Yeah, Patala is ready to go ahead and get rid of that garbage. Going the other way. Nice little outlet pass. Looking for Muiji on the end. They do find each other, but there's a great intercept there. Nice little crossplay to come in and take advantage of the sight line there. And now they're moving forward down here in the corner. Looking at Snipey up in the air, trying to find Tycho. No joy there. Nice little boomer pass going out. They're going to try and play on the end of this.
That they are. They still got plenty of time. Don't get me wrong. 1:10 is plenty to get 3 goals in Rocket League. But the way that the defense have been playing for OC Eagles, it just seems like a tall task so far here in Game 1. Just a minute left to go, and now you can see Pata delivering the damage with that demo, as now SAC do break into the Eagles territory. A nice 50 at the midfield will put this one back into the SAC half. Followed up yet again. They're going to leave that one to go to Kiji, who was shut down in the corner. The young Oob, another 50-50 going way outside, around the outside. Back up high. And the follow-up touch finally sends this one back over to the Eagles.
Yep, I mean, this is just good fundamental defending right now. They're keeping the ball in front of them and really reacting to the play, making sure that they're getting some contact in these corners, not getting, full reign here to Sacramento State. So we're going to see if they're able to keep pushing forward, or if they're going to need to just relay the pressure and just wait for the waves to come in.
Well, off the crossbar we go, and the follow-up touch is good. It's young Oob to find the back of the net for the second time here for SAC. But is it too little, too late, Chef?
I mean, 2 kickoff goals, that could do it. That would give them time. But 7 seconds, 3.5 seconds per. I mean, pretty difficult to do, but anything can happen. This is Rocket League after all.
This is, in fact, Rocket League, but now with the final few seconds ticking away, I think it's a safe bet to call that it will be the OC Eagles to walk away with a Game 1 dub.
Well, they got it done. A couple of gasps there from Sac State Green, but really capitalizing on some errors out of Sac State. That's exactly why you see Oklahoma Christian with the 1-0 lead here going into game number 2. Looking at the shots, it is 10-8, and there's a 2-goal margin. That's the difference between their shots. So, I mean, really good work out of Oklahoma Christian, really putting their stamp here on game number 1.
Absolutely. You know what? I'm all here for it. Like, I'm not mad at that game at all. That was a fantastic first game. I love the high shot count. I like keeping that type of aggression going. Those are my favorite Rocket League games to actually watch, to cast. It's all good times, and I encourage both teams to actually continue to take more shots. The real difference maker, of course, was that 2-shot deficit, naturally, but also the save count. The save count was so high on the other side. I'm telling you, for those 10 shots, they also managed to play the other side of the ball, go into the defensive side, and get their saves. So, going forward, it is going to have to come into question, where do you want to put the majority of your focus? Do you want to put that majority in keeping that stock count high, or being able to rotate back in time to play a little defense? Only time will tell as we get ready to head into game number 2.
I mean, talking about, not only the shots on goal, but the saves, that just shows that how clean their rotations were, and being at the right place at the right time. Some of those saves, I mean, they were just seeing eye saves. That they had their rotation, they were calming where the shot was coming in from, what kind of pressure was coming in there. I think that for Sacramento State, they showed it once. Getting traffic in front of the goal when they make a shot or throw a ball goalward is going to yield them some pretty good results, because, one time that they did it, they got a goal right off the bang.
And now here comes SAC getting a goal right off the bang and right off the kickoff, off the touch from Snipey. It's the young Oob once again leading the way for SAC State Green.
Nice control of the chassis there too, Captain. So, we're looking at maybe a little bit revitalization here from Sac State. They score 2 goals. They get themselves out of that over coming into game number 2. Maybe that's just the impetus they needed to wake up the limbs, get the fingers are cracking, and get their minds a grooving. Here comes Oklahoma Christian back the other way.
And a nice showing of control from SAC, something we have not seen in game number 1, but 30 seconds in, still plenty of time for OC to to try and find a little bit of control for themselves here in game 2. This follow-up touch was on target, but Snipey was there to send that one right back down.
Well, we're going to see what the Oklahoma Christian have up their sleeve here. Not even a minute off the clock, and it feels like we've been just kind of playing a little bit of a ping-pong match, going back and forth from each opponent's end. Really, no intent after that first 10-second goal. There we go. A little bit more positive possession coming from Sacramento State. We're going to see what they're able to bring out the back of this. No joy there, but they still keep possession in a threatening spot.
And look at these demos coming from a young Oob. Oh my, that is quite the fireworks show. Not too soon either. They definitely needed to start bringing a little bit more physical play to the game. And now you can see it will be Kiji trying to get this one out of the corner. Is able to get past Snipey, but can't get past Tycho. Now 50-50 going off the backboard. Good opportunity here. And an unfortunate whiff. Kiji, though, can't get past the defense. And a flips bad coming from the OC Eagles will put this ball right back into Eagles territory.
Well, I mean, nice little challenge there. 50 at the midfield line. Now you're looking to see what Kiji and company can get done. They're getting muscled off the ball. We did see a couple of answering demos come from Oklahoma Christian, but now all bets are off. They're gunning for each other now.
You know what? I don't blame them, because SAC, unfortunately, were not able to really outshoot the Eagles previously. But, you know, now that they're bringing the physical play, they might. But Kiji is able to avoid all and is able to find the back of the net off of this fantastic pass from Paita. And now that will be a 1-goal even game for both sides.
I tell you what, Captain, that was on the back of them pursuing a demo. They were pursuing the contact, and you got to be wary. When you decide to go into a more physical game, you've got to have your rotations clean. They got buried on the back of that one.
You know, it's funny because I'm trying to still decipher if it's Paita, but wouldn't it be great if we just called them TTV? You know, just to shorten that out. Hey, it's the Twitch streamer. That's TTV getting ready to go up high and get a goal. But no, it's actually SAC State Green.
Well, Snipey sniping one out there from the really high touch there off the backboard. Looking at it from its young Ube's point of view, nice little just soft touch. Once again, it's not all about missiles going in the back of the net. Sometimes it's just a little pokey poke that gets in the back of the net, and that's what you love to see.
Sometimes it's a little pokey poke that makes your defense choke. Meanwhile, SAC going to enjoy this 1-goal lead, as now you can see Muiji is going to have to back off the ball, leaving it to Kiji to put this one back into SAC. But the rebuttal, once again, it's that long volleyball type of play until Muiji finally tries to slow something down out in the corner. Snipey now gets an opportunity, but it's just a tidbit too high.
Well, we'll need a little bit more finesse. We know that they got it in the back pocket, so I mean, just maybe a little bit too direct of an angle going to the ball. Kiji there on the back line leaves an open triple commit, immediately punished by Snipey. The wonky touch coming out from Kiji sets up the full joy there, and yeah, I mean, just straight into the path of Snipey, and Snipey buries it home.
Fun fact, my father always taught me to keep my wallet in my front pocket, and SAC were able to actually use their front pocket to get the read on that ball really up close there at the midfield line and turn that to a fast break play to give themselves a 2-goal cushion with just 1:40 remaining. Fatah tries to get this one down, and the pass is there, but the shot just a little off.
I mean, great setup there, though. That's going to be a positive move there for them, even though they don't get the reward on the end of it. It's still a better play from what we've seen the first 3 minutes of this second game. Sac State have really woken up here, and they're dictating the tempo, they're dictating the physicality, and they're really, really taking it to the Eagles.
That they are. And you know what? I think that's the nerves. Like we were saying, you know, we really don't have much on either of these teams. They could just be, you know, first day jitters. You're on stream, and you know this is your first game out. So those jitters, those nerves actually do come into play. It even comes into play for RLCS players too. Whenever you have all eyes on you, it definitely has an impact. But I think SAC State Green have really gotten over it. As you can see, they are firing onto net and getting yet another goal to their name.
That's a hat-trick lead with 52 seconds left here to go in game number 2. Looks like they're going to pull themselves even. Not completely out of it yet, or Oklahoma Christian, but they're starting to have the tempos turn against them, and now they need to either bring their own brand of tempo and set it. Oh, you're not going to do that with a demo right off the kickoff, or you need to get it more physical. And, well, seeing both coming from Sacramento State. This has been just a complete light switch flip.
Yep, that it has. But now, finally, an open opportunity for the Eagles will be answered by Faita, as they're able to get to the back of the net. None too soon. Only 36 seconds to go. And they are still down 2, but a fantastic way to get the ball rolling, all puns intended.
I mean, I looked at the phonetic spelling, how they put it. They said Fafa, but I'm not. I'm just going to go with Pata because I don't have that much diction on the tongue going on here, my friend. So Pata it is. KG now try to hold here the ball here. Big demo once again. Snipey has been the demolition leader here in our lobby so far today. Shot on goal. Push aside by Tycho.
15 seconds left to go now, and SAC really just has to run the clock if they want to hold on to this lead and secure their victory here. Tycho able to get the touch to put this one over and towards the side, back down to the ground. Tycho gets past the entire defense of the Eagles, and that'll just about do it. That will wrap this game up nicely there in game number 2, as the win will go to SAC State Green.
Oh, Sacramento State definitely coming out of their shell. They're 11 shots to 6, and that is a massive difference over game number 1. They got very strong on the offensive third, also really dictating the physical play here in game number 2. They were really feeling their oats there. Maybe got the first game jitters out like we mentioned. This is both teams' first time on the field officially for the season, and it's on the stream as well, so they might have been just a little bit nervous. I tell you what, we casters get a little bit nervous every time we come onto the onto the camera as well. So, it's all about working the nerves out there, and really, Sacramento State just absolutely turned a light switch on, playing way better.
Yeah, and not only that, but I couldn't help but notice that you're seeing kind of like a spread, an even spread of the stats. We saw 3 assists, we saw 3 saves spread out all amongst SAC squad. It was literally just an even spread amongst all of the stats. Meanwhile, you're looking on the side of the OC Eagles, and unfortunately, more often than not, it was one player that was on all different sides of the ball, and we didn't really see Kiji show up in a major way. Unfortunately, they didn't have much going on the stat line. You did get to see 3 saves, maybe 2 going the way of their teammates, but Kiji, unfortunately, was a little bit statless. So hopefully now here in game number 3, we can see Kiji wake up as well and start to get more involved as they try and get that pass off first, but not much doing.
Yeah, I mean, still a better positive play. I mean, we didn't see much out of Kiji whatsoever. We saw a couple of stops. We saw a couple of midfield touches. Ball on the goal line. Snivy comes in and cleans up the trash on the front step.
Yeah, that they do. And again, it's young Oob to really spearhead that one home. Even though you see Faita try to get the touch and keep that one out, just could not get it far enough. And that is going to be a 1-goal early lead in a short matter of 23 seconds. I think that's the fastest one we've seen all night.
Pretty close. So we're seeing what they'll bring out here later on. The night is still young. The KG now trying to get up here, up in top, and you know what? Gets outplayed, gets out-50'd, out-aerialed, and the ball ends up in the back of the net. 2 on this game here for Snipey.
I gotta tell you, if sniping is a thing in Rocket League, that was a quick scope, right? I mean, that was fantastic. At the midfield, perfect redirect, coming down off the pass, and we're able to redirect it, a straight line drive laser into the back of the net, and now SAC with a 2-goal cushion here in game 2.
I'm really interested to know what their coach had to say to them after game number 1, going down, losing by 2 goals, because they have completely changed the tempo and changed the tenor of this matchup. And I mean, it looks like, the Eagles are looking for answers and finding literally a goose egg right now.
Honestly, if it were my coach, I know exactly what they said. It would be, you're running laps. Do that again. You're running laps. Every single goal that you whiff is another lap added on. That's what my coach would have said. So I can imagine their coach may have said something to the same effect, because the last thing you want to do is have to run laps after taking an L. So SAC definitely turning the fire on here, as they are still holding on to this 2-goal lead. And unfortunately for the Eagles, they still remain scoreless so far.
Attempted a little pinch there, but just didn't have the right angle. The calculus was not correct in that equation. Nice little set pass there. Oh no, that's going to be an own goal going back the other way.
That's a lap added. That's another lap on. You add those, yes. Whiffs and own goals. Those are going to get you around the track a few times. Meanwhile, SAC going to end up on the board a few times as they go up 3-0 right over 3 minutes here in Game 3.
Well, the other person we haven't talked much about is Luigi. I mean, since Game 1, Kiji and Luigi have been just completely silent. Pata has been really the only shining light here for Oklahoma Christian, and I'm worried about them right now. They seem to be running on empty.
Just about, but look at the rebuttal now coming from OC Eagles as they are starting to pick up the speed a little bit. If they're able to put a direction on it now remains to be seen. As you can see, the midfield presence does get answered by Fatah, but Tycho is there to get the save.
I mean, great little positioning, great little run of play against what we've been seeing so far. Another demo comes out for Snipey. The physical play is still there for Sacramento State, so they have an idea of what they want to do here. Now it's just about the execution. And so far, in the past game and a half, it's been running all way their way.
And now let's see if the Eagles can get it to go their way. As you see, Tycho now being able to take control is answered immediately. Still over 2 minutes to go. Plenty of time to get 3 on the board. It's young Oob now going to put this one right back into the Eagles' half. Fatah goes up out of the corner and gets an insane pinch there to send that one over towards the mid. Meanwhile, Tycho trying to take control now out of the corner. Nice little pass there in the mid. Fatah accidentally bumps their own teammate. That one goes off the crossbar, and the follow-up touch will be denied.
Oh, what a pre-jump there from Kiji, getting up high for the redirect shot coming in after a couple whiffs from both sides. And now the counter attack is on. Fatah going into the corner, gets a beautiful pitch against them, and this ball is hurriedly going down towards their defensive third. Looking for a little bit of control here now. 90 seconds left on the clock. Sniping with the ball up high. Gets denied there by Pata once again. Pata is all over this pitch right now. Yeah, we need to see a little bit more output from Luigi and from Kiji.
Well, that one off the backboard. Could have had an opportunity there, but now Kiji going backwards. You never want to go backwards. You got to flip that thing around some way, somehow. Meanwhile, Fatah is able to get to the midfield line again, only to be met by SAC. A great touch from Luigi, but Tycho was there to deny, and now the ball heading back to the opposite side. Luckily, Fatah was able to recover quite nicely in order to get that save, but just 50 seconds left to go. I don't know if time is on the side of the Eagles anymore.
I'm not sure either, and I mean, really, just the coalescence of the players there. As we see the rotations come through, you see them talking. You can see it as we go with these wider zoom shots. You can see them covering each other. Once they make a move for the ball, the team is absolutely churning it together possession, and that's the one thing that Oklahoma Christian don't need right now is a ton of Sacramento State possession.
We'll take a look at this. This one going off the crossbar might be able to take one home on the road. And sure enough, SAC State Green will pad the stats and get another goal on the board.
I'm going to call it like I did last series. I think that Oklahoma State or Oklahoma Christian need to get themselves a goal here. A consolatory goal here really needs to get them back into positive ways, because I think once they score the goal, I think that they relax a little bit. And they get back into their winning ways. They won the first game 4-2, so we know that they can score, but they have been shut out since the 2-minute mark of game number 2.
And that'll just about do it here. SAC State Green able to come through with the dub. Nearly getting one more on the road, but the main point is that they managed to take the win and now put themselves on series point.
I mean, once again, it's a 10-4 or 11-4 shot differential. KG, I mean, look at the scores there. You can tell that's what happened. Just zero intent behind the ball coming out of Oklahoma Christian, because Sac State were aggressive. They were using boost to their advantage. They were charging into challenges. They were taking demos when they could. And the physical game and the tempo all being set by Sacramento State right now, Captain. This is one-way traffic. Really, if there was a timeout here, I would be taking it. Give themselves a 2-minute little mental reset, because this is getting away from Oklahoma Christian in a hurry.
That it is, and I got to tell you, when we're looking at the stats, at least on the side of SAC, It appeared as though that we really did see the 1-2 give and go, the combo. You know, you saw the pass plays and then you saw the goals kind of one-sided, but you also got to give Tycho credit where it was due. They weren't the ones scoring the goals or getting the passes, but they managed to get a savior medal. They were playing the defense. So if your two teammates are popping off, I say, hey, let them pop off and just play where you are needed the most. And I think that's what we saw from Tycho.
I mean, nice little ball there over the top from Luigi, and there you go. Kiji on the end of that. That breaks a 7-minute goal-scoring drought for Oklahoma Christian. And they finally get themselves a lead and get themselves on the board. And most importantly, that goal will pump up their mental so high. Now, can they build on the back of it?
Oh, absolutely. The hard part has been done. You finally got a lead back in your favor. But it's Young Oob looking to tie things up here as they put this one over towards the corner. And now Muiji again able to get past one. Goes towards the midfield. A beautiful pass and a pinch. Sends this one screaming back to the net of SAC. Double commit though. We'll send this one over towards the corner. Follow up by Kiji. Back up high into the sky. It will be SAC to take control. And a nice touch there. Looking to take it all the way. But Muiji is there to get the save and clear it away.
That's fantastic work from them, and you know the track back there from the Eagles really solidifying their hold on this game. Now a minute gone, and Young Ube going forward. Nice little touch from Sniping, leaving it off, looking for the lever pass. Oh man, I saw the intent behind that little play there, just not executed properly. Now there's still a lot of danger going on here in the defensive third for the Oklahoma Christian Eagles. Their JV squad putting up a fight right now. They've got the lead here in game number 4, minute 15 off the clock. They're looking to find joy here on the back of some really good possession here to start game number 4.
And now Kiji going to go up high here as we are at 3 minutes and 30, and the OC Eagles still managing to hold on to this 1-0 lead with an iron fist. As now this one will go way up high, but Muiji is there to meet it, lines it up with the sidebar, and the follow-up touch will be denied by Young Oob.
Man, that was the 2-goal lead that they really wanted, and that would have been the world for them. The mental would have definitely reset after that one, and they would have felt the passion come back in. Still, this is way better play than what we've been seeing for the past game and a half here from Oklahoma Christian. They are not out of this yet.
Oh, absolutely not, especially with a counterattack like that, as this one now will be going up high, met by Fatah, and now Muiji does get beat at the midfield. The shot is on, but it will not go in. Kiji was there to bully this one right back across the midfield line, and now another double commit from SAC. Appears to me they might be getting a little nervous as another goal will find the back of the net for the Eagles.
I would be getting nervous now, and you're starting to see them kind of clump together. I think the comms have gone out the window. A game and a half, they kind of felt like they were going cruise control, and now Oklahoma Christian are back into their ways that we saw in game number 1. This looks like it might be going the distance as we approach halftime.
It very well could be, and now it's Young Oob going to be getting unfortunate miss there. And the follow-up, it's Young Oob does get back into the mix, but can't get it past the midfield as that shot goes on. And Young Oob all over the place now as they barely get that save. And Muiji just off the mark with that shot.
Well, I mean, a little good of press out here, looking for rotations, looking to get set up in the front. There's a trailer ball. It's kind of laid out there from Patah, and trying to find a centering pass, but you know what? It doesn't go in. Now the breakaway's on.
Well, and that was a good touch by Tycho. You know, they managed to get the up and over to at least get a little room there without giving the possession away. Meanwhile, Tycho has to get back into the mix very quickly. Going up off the backboard, this could be it. There's the shot, and there's the save. Oh, my Patah.
That is incredible coming from them, and I mean, just the presence of mind. Going from a purely defensive position, having it play up, because the rotation just wasn't favorable for you to get back into a defensive position. Tycho showing their wares on the offensive side as well. Now we're going to see what they get done. Sniping, getting a demo along the midfield line here. Young Ube going forward, looks a ball towards the front of the net, but denied away by the Oklahoma Christian Eagles. We're about 75 seconds away from this going over, but Young Ube says, I am going to get on the board. Now it is a 1-goal deficit with 70 seconds left here in game number 4.
If you're gonna score in this game, that was the shot. I'll be completely honest, if that one was saved and then that one didn't go in, that would have been the end of the game. They're not coming back from that. I'm sorry. That was their best shot to date, but hold on, the follow-up touch from Tycho will tie things up quick, fast, and in a hurry with just over a minute to go.
5 seconds between goals there, and my word, OC Eagles have worked so hard to get themselves a lead, and in the space of 5 seconds, they find their 2-goal lead reduced to 0.
Yeah, well, all is fun so far until it's not. 1 minute left to go, and we have a tie ball game. As now that one drops towards the mid. Muiji in a difficult spot. The demo comes through, and KG is able to get past one, but now Snipey in a very bad way. Luckily for them, it's Oob was able to clear that one out, and now Muiji will take control here. Has a turn. Nice little wave dash and flick with the demo on top. And the follow-up touch from KG is going to go right back down in towards the mid, and finally you can see SAC start to try and get on a better footing as it has just been non-stop danger for SAC.
I mean, SAC really need to get a booming clear here, just reset just for a couple of seconds. I mean, look at the trail on the back. KG right there gets the demo in front. They're down a player with 10 seconds left. The ball is still in a dangerous position here for Oklahoma Christian. Oklahoma Christian trying to get the last bit of joy here. 3 seconds left on the clock. They're going to try and bury the ball to the ground and take their chances in overtime, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Either we're getting a 3-1 victory here for Sacramento State, or we're going to map number 5.
That was without a doubt the best that we have seen OC Eagles play. In those last few seconds of regulation, they literally went for the throat of SAC and nearly got the jugular with that shot. Luckily, Snipey was there for SAC in order to clear that one out to get the save. And now Snipey again going to transition the offense now, but the follow-up touch will go awry.
Oh man, the tempo has increased twofold here from both squads. There's a shot on goal. There's the go-ahead goal, golden goal, 27 seconds in. Oklahoma Christian, after getting battered in games 2 and 3, have brought themselves even in the series. We're heading to map number 5.
That we are, and that was a fantastic play at the end. You saw the support come through, getting that last defender to jump out of the way, but that follow-up shot off the wall, oh so crisp, oh so clean, and that is going to be a game 4 win for OC.
Muiji getting a little spicy there. 10 shots to 6. And that is a 1-goal difference there between the two teams. And look, I mean, OC Eagles definitely getting on the other side of this. It was more individual play coming out from OCE, from the OC Eagles. I mean, looking at the assists, I mean, definitely still the game plan for Sacramento State, still wanting to find each other on scoring opportunities. But Muiji getting a goal and an assist there in game number 4 is the reason why we see ourselves going to game number 5. I don't know. I mean, if they play like that here in game number 5, this is going to be a thriller right to the end. If we see a return from what we saw in games number 2 and 3, well, Sacramento State should have an easy time of it. So will the coordinated team play of Sacramento State be able to outweigh the individual stars that we see for Oklahoma Christian? Only time will tell.
I don't know. I felt bad for SAC in that last game. The offense coming from OC Eagles just looked suffocating. And it, like I said, it seemed as though they were literally going for the throat of SAC. Meanwhile, they are already picking up right where they left off with an overabundance of aggression. And now finally a counterattack underway from SAC.
I mean, that was really well met there in the first 20 seconds there. Sacramento State under a little bit of duress, a nice little aerial carry from Snipey, leaving the ball off for the teammate, and really had a good part of joy there. What a pass off the backboard. Ball going goal bound, just goes a little wide. Nobody allowed to get near the ball. Physical play starting to really pick up. It's not demos, but the bumps are real.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what else is real? How about that jump shot from midfield coming from Muiji? Able to get this one from a little bit of range. And a nice touchdown coming from Pata. As already you can see the OC Eagles able to get the 1-goal lead.
Well, you know, this is a game of momentum, and momentum is now in favor of the Oklahoma Christian Eagles. Their JV squad are trying to show the way towards the goal, towards the promised land. Shot on goal. Nice little rotation of play there. You know, try to finesse the ball in the back of the net. Tycho going back in their defensive rotation. He's going to have to pick up with the save. Nice bit of defensive work there from Tycho.
And this is completely unrelated, but I also really like Tycho's G2 skin. That is also really nice. Sometimes you gotta give a little credit to the effort that they put into designing their vehicles, and that, you know, it's a nice little skin. And now back to the game.
He's slick. The creativity to be able to express yourself in your vehicle is always one of my favorite parts of Rocket League. The ball, dangerous ball. Snipey was a pixel away from burying that in the back of the net. And now Muichi on the counterattack. Nice bump there in midfield from Tycho, I believe it was, to save an open goal situation.
And yet another demo comes on to Pata from It's Young Oob. As you can see, that suffocation from the OC Eagles once again playing a role here, a pivotal role in Game 5, as it seems as though SAC continually find trouble getting out of their own half. And now finally Snipey tries to lead the way, but will be denied on the backboard. And now the counterattack was there. All the ingredients to find themselves a goal were all abound, but the shot just did not come off. And the recovery from SAC will send this ball the other way.
I mean, they've really gotten smart with their third man rotation. It's been a revolving third man rotation here for Oklahoma Christian. Basically, the best person pass, but right place, right time. Little touch there from Snipey, and you see it go up into the corner here. It kind of takes a wonky little touch. Ube on the back of it and gets the redirect into the goal.
Well, good on Snipey, good on SAC. They've been doing nothing but getting saves all day. OC Eagles playing tremendous defense. At the end of the day, you're going to have to bump them out of the way, and that's what exactly Snipey did, and a fantastic heads-up play to finally start to make the bump and demo meta show its head here in this series. Is now the OC Eagles are going to look to try and get that lead back.
I mean, we've seen quite a bit of physical play all series long from these two teams. No love lost, absolutely not. But I think that, the passing plays and, finally recognize that there needs to be a little bit of traffic on their offender's goal line. Really starting to change the tenor here. We see them trying to get a body in on top of the third man. And that's why you see that goal go in. Now, less than about 2 minutes left here. Game number 5, tied at 1. And Pata, nice little touch out. Going to be able to pick up the midfield mega, but in return, loses possession.
Yep, that they do, and now Kichi is able to get past 2 defenders with no boost on the wall, but the pass will find its way back into the SAC half. It's Young Oob sends it return to sender. It's Young Oob again out of the corner, able to put this one down. Pata does find the answer, and now an unfortunate double commit from SAC could open up an opportunity, but Young Oob again there to get the 50-50 at the midfield line, and goes off the backboard, and the follow-up touch will be denied. It will be denied once, but not twice. Tycho able to find the back of the net for the second time for SAC.
I mean, there's traffic once again right in front of the net. You're not sure where to commit on the ball or whether to cover an opponent coming in. And Tycho says, thank you very much, and buries it in the back of the net.
That they do. Absolutely fantastic. And now we have ourselves a 1-goal ball game. Still time left. And you can see that shot just off the mark. The follow-up again off the crossbar. And they are literally suffering from CBS. The crossbar syndrome is very real.
The fourth man coming up huge for Sacramento State there, Cadden. You could not have missed it by very much for both of those shots. And now open net situation. The desperation is starting to come out here for Oklahoma Christian.
That it is, as the time continues to tick away. OC Eagles looking to find a way back into this game and trying to equalize here in Game 5. That touch not quite on the mark, and now we'll go back down into towards the corner. Tycho will leave this one for their teammate. As you can see, Kiji able to get there first. It's Young Oob now, goes up high off the backboard. The follow-up touch goes off the sidebar, and you have to wonder if it's Young Oob should have taken that shot instead of leaving it for their teammate.
I think you absolutely take the shot there, but I mean, I think they're trying to play a bit more possessive here in the last 15 seconds, and I mean, Young Oob really starting to stand up and really take a lot of possession on the ball. Killing time on the clock, shot on goal, it goes in, 8 seconds left, Patas ties it up, here we go.
And this has the makings of a Game 5 overtime. Fatah able to take it themselves with a cut-up field in order to find the gap in the defense. And now only 8 seconds left to go here in regulation. This one up and towards the side, back into SAC territory. A last-ditch effort maybe as it's young Oob puts this one up high. Goes for the Philip flip reset, but it will hit the ground, and now we have OT.
Well, I mean, this is what we deserved. I mean, the teams have just been putting it all out there. The passion definitely alive here, 4 seconds in. Ball into the defensive third of Oklahoma Christian, but they get a quick clear. Luigi along the side there, followed up by Pata, puts a goal bound. Now ball going the other way. That's going to be a scary ball. Nice little pinch there to save it.
And honestly, none too soon. That was unbelievably close. I really thought that was the game for a split second. I thought it might have been over then and there, but the defense again will continue to hold strong. Meanwhile, SAC back on the offensive side, and Pata will put this one right back down. Kiji tries to find the answer, but gets beat to it. Now Snipey looks to take control out of the corner, is going to bump Muiji out of the way. 50-50 goes back over towards the midfield, and now Kiji has a chance. They have Muiji on the side. The touch is there, but the backboard will put that one just a little bit above Kiji's head.
A little bit too much nitrous following the play there. Got over eager and overran the ball. That was an open net situation. The pass was perfect. But here comes a waterfall pass coming on from the other end. Booming clears now as we cross the 1 minute mark here in golden goal situation. Game 5 overtime. Next goal takes the entire series. Little touch ball into touch. What a save. Great positioning once again from Tycho.
And now another opportunity coming from the OC Eagles, but it's young Oob there to clear that one out, met by Muiji again. The bump is laid down and the path is clear. Kiji able to get the golden goal in Game 5 overtime to get the win and the series win for the OC Eagles.
That was a fantastic turn of play there. Coming from OC Eagles, they go down early, they get the equalizer, they go ahead there, and then they get equalized on. I mean, tell you what, Sac State Green really played their butts off. They had the 1-goal lead going up until 8 seconds. And we see the equalizer come through, and then all joy there to Oklahoma Christian. They've got to be celebrating in their campus right now. Come from behind victory. They were down on match point in game number 4 and brought it back all the way. 3-2 winners for Oklahoma Christian.
I got to tell you, to wrap things up here tonight, you cannot have it much better than that. A huge, massive GG's to all of our teams that played here today. A big GG's to SAC for making it a nail-biter from start to finish. And, of course, a GG to the OC Eagles for coming through with a Game 5 dub. Absolutely spectacular Rocket League. And, Chef Billy, before we let these fine people go, is there anything left that needs to be addressed or anything left you got to say?
I mean, week number 3 here in the Emergence Division is going to be a bloodbath. I mean, just looking at what we saw here today, 2 Game 5s going down to the wire. This division, while they may be in the lower end of it, the action is still very real. We'll see you guys next week here on NECC. You all have a good night. Captain Ahsoka and Chef Billy signing off.